I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll have roll call from the board. Karen McBride, Rob Taylor, Tom McGuire, Morgan Walsh, and Dave Towery is outside making sure that we have a quorum. For those of you, we have to have 140 registered members or property owners so that we can have an actual meeting. And I think we have that with the group that's here, but I'm sure we can make it, so we'll be good from there. Couple of announcements. We talked about signups for the if you would like to speak, that sign up sheet will be good for another few minutes. So it's right in front of a net over here. So if you need that, jog on over and get signed up. A couple of things of interest. You received your ballot, which of course has the two measures and the candidates on it. So we have that. This is always a question every year. You received one of these. This is in case we need an actual ballot on something that comes from the floor to be voted on. We need to vote on it. Sometimes a show of hands isn't accurate enough. We will ask you to vote off this yellow card. So you may not need this today. Just keep that in mind. We'll let you know if you do need it. Okay. And do you have the agenda to post up on the? Is Dave back yet? Well, Dave's not back yet. He's still counting. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. There he is. Okay. Dave, did you want to go? Yeah, the minutes and notice of the meeting. Really?
Good afternoon. It's the annual Three Rivers Landowner Association meeting. I want to last year's annual meeting minutes. I want to get those approved for last year's minute meetings as they stand. Arlene. Okay. Can we get a mic?
There are errors on the minutes. Ballot number 2 and ballot number 3 are the same. Ballot number 3 is should deal with assessments, fines, and attorney fees and the such. Well, the ballot measures on page 1. The page I have for the explanations is on the second page over. It has an explanation of what the ballot measures are.
Huh?
12, okay, thank you, Karen.
And so the correction you want to make?
Ballot number 2 is I explained, so there's the ballot number 3 is not needed. Because I'm exactly the same.
Yeah, those corrections. Recorded, okay?
Okay, and secondly, it's Julie Curie, not Julie Curie.
Name spelling.
Furey.
And where was this found out, Arlene?
It was in the minutes. I'm not sure exactly where it was found. Thank you, Karen.
We have that. Okay,
Okay, then there was an email office from the office evidently that was not signed. And it had all the results of elections and ballot measures for last year.
okay. Okay, Randy?
Yeah. And I wanted to who's all working with, so it's trying to be great.
Everybody that comes up to speak, could you please, first speak your name and, if there's any tricky spelling to it, make sure that you spell that out. This is all being on Zoom and to help the, recording of the minutes from the people here that are taking minutes. Appreciate that. Thank you.
The microphone needs to be within about 2 inches of your mouth for everybody to hear.
So when I was like, be presented to the secretary a copy of the changes, or the corrections that I feel need. Because we're Wednesday, I would ask that we would read those in leadership and before agreeing. It's. Thank you.
Okay, we amend the first paragraph calling meeting to order by adding in quotations, in addition to the board members in attendance, counsel for the Three Rivers Landowner Association, Kevin Harker of Harker and Lepore was also in attendance. And then to amend the second paragraph of meetings Add the following paragraph. Acting as chairman of the meeting, Randy Panic ruled that no comments would be allowed from members until the end of the meeting. Randy Geisler appealed the chairman's ruling to the members. A vote of the members present immediately held. A majority of the members present voted to overturn the chairman's ruling. And number 4 is under ballot measures. Randy would like to add the question was presented and the motion passed. I do have copies of all this that I'll pass over to you. Also added to the question and comments, ballot measure number 2, upon mention of it by member, Council of Three Rivers Landowners Association agreed that Three Rivers Landowners Association is not required by law to have a statutory reserve account prescribed by the Oregon Planned Community Act, although associations can or do still use them. And ballot measure 2, the purpose of statutory reserve studies is to determine statutory reserve account levels and therefore would also not be required by law. And ballot measure number 2, if Three Rivers Landowner Association establishes a reserve account, it would therefore be required by law to maintain it, and it would be virtually impossible for the members to get rid of it because statute requires 100% vote of the members for elimination. And ballot measure number 2, the Oregon Planned Community Act requires that a reserve account, once established, must be held at a level required by law. Ballot measure number 2, the board is allowed by the Oregon Planned Community Act to borrow from the reserve account, but must repay the fund, making the reserve account a slush fund which the members of the association could be forced by law to maintain at a statutory level after borrowing takes place by imposing of dues not voted for by the membership, contrary to the ordinary course of Three Rivers Landowner Association assessment by laws. After asking if comment questions of members were concluded, Bill Hawkins, the secretary, instructed members to fill out and hand in their ballots to vote on ballot measures 1, 2, and 3.
I think you skipped.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, that's how much it is. You skipped the paragraph before the one you just mentioned.
Ballot measure number 2, Three Rivers Landowner Association Council stated no objections to these additional comments concerning adverse legal effects connected to establishing a reserve account. My apologies, Randy.
I have copies if they're needed.
For the board. I have copies if they're needed for the board. Any other corrections?
Use your microphone. He'll turn it on over there, Tom. He'll turn it. Right.
So what's the process here? Are we going to look at the previous Zoom meeting and fact check this? Or just, vote to approve these without any research? The changes.
Go ahead.
Okay, the question for Tom is, how are we going to verify what Randy said is correct? And not to be flippant, but that would be very hard to check. What we would have to do is we would review the Zoom meeting video from last year's meeting to verify what the comments were and what was there. I think that Randy has made his comments and he would know what he said at that meeting or not. The question would be whether we would want to vote we'll call for a vote as to whether we're going to accept the minutes of last year's meeting. And if it's a yes, we take it. If it's a no, and we want to verify for the rest of that, then we will simply go back and verify and we will address it next year's annual meeting. As to whether they would be appropriate to vote on. So that would mean that at this point in time, we need a motion to accept the minutes as corrected, because there are corrections. That, yes,
Does that include our range as well?
yeah, yes.
You're really talking about him, but you're also including our range.
Any corrections that would have to be verified. To make sure that statements made by those making the corrections are within the realm of what was at the actual meeting, so. So there would be a motion at this point. This will do a judgment call on you folks, whether you want to vote yes or no. You will need a motion to accept the minutes of the 2024 meeting. There's a motion on the floor to table the vote. Is there a second? We have a second. Arlene is the second. So what we're doing now is we're tabling that particular motion so that further research can be done on it, and it will be presented at next year's annual meeting with regards to the minutes of the 2024. That's last year's meeting, not this year's. So any discussion on the table motion? I would say some of the different benefits of address, I'm not really sure. I listened to it on the but I'm not really sure what I'm going to say or that I can tell you about. There's everything and so it's been a very interesting year. I knew that I would pass all of the stuff that we've done and that. The majorities have been, maybe on the service not that good, but they really been the association are pretty significant. But part of the vacation that I think was I ended up getting a new resume, because it's not something that I aspired to. So I was happy to do secretary, we just found out, and then we had an ability to share that I was in the best and so there you go. That's totally fine. I was really very hard and very I'll make the time to get together and get on the same page. We have basically 12 members. That was something that we had to work on. I really want to thank Ryan Knowles, who's not here today. He's our missing board member, and he's away. I believe he's in Australia, but I think he's zoomed in so he can hear us. And Morgan Walsh, who stepped up as people who volunteered to be on the board. We asked them to be on the board, and they were kind enough to accept it. Being a board member is not just something that you just show up to meetings. There's a significant amount of work that goes along with it. So it was great for them to step up and do that. I will say I had tried or had hoped to make out that the board had a little bit of open range to deal with. They could come up with their ideas. I was trying to get members to come up with ideas and they could follow through with them. And we can find a new direction, or at least some new avenues that the association could go down. And we did that. There are some very great people who have come up this year and have started new things and taken range of things that have been in existence for a while and put a new slant on it. And it's great. I'm also really happy with the fact that when I started on the board below over 9 years ago, we would have board meetings where there would be maybe one or two people who would show up to the meeting. And I don't know if it's a good thing or if it's a bad thing, but now we have anywhere from 25 to 30 people who show up for board meetings. And it's really not an unruly crowd. They're actually pretty good. It's fun to get the ideas and have them come on. One of the things that has happened this year that I do want to make a comment about is Karen McBride, who is the director who's down at the far end down there. Was a board member for several years, retired off the board, came back and has been a board member. And she's decided this year that she wouldn't run again for the position. And I want to personally give her a big thanks for all of the hard work she put in. She is incredibly diligent. She knows the ins and outs of the association like nobody else. She studies on the things that we should be doing correctly and correcting the things that we are doing wrong. She's just a great person. I'm sorry to see her leave the board. I know she's not going to leave the association right now, but I definitely want to thank her for all of her years of hard work, and I really appreciated her. So. One of the issues that affected most of you early was the gate. It's funny how that little piece of metal has so much. Boy, it can be a pain in the butt. It really can. But the software system had to be changed. This didn't work. That didn't work. I asked the task force headed by Dave Towery, and he put together a crew to get out and to get the new software in, make the gate work, do the things that it wants to do, and make it easy for you folks to get in and out of your property. He and Ryan Noble, Michelle, the office staff, and I can't go without speaking that our gatekeeper, Steve Grenia, has taken over the gate. It functions properly. It does what it's supposed to do, and it gives us an efficient way of first line defense to protect our properties. So those guys done a great job. Yes. There's been other changes in communications which have come up. We have a new website design. We have a new format for the newsletter. We have a new way of getting information out to you directly via email. Michelle Patton, Mary Graff, Stacy Whitfield, Jessica Mayhew are all people who are working to get this out. The thing that I have trouble, we have Facebook, of course. God, I love Facebook, you know. I remember a time when there wasn't Facebook, but anyhow, dealing with information and getting it out to you folks is not as easy as Dawn at the gate talking to you when you came through. And we're trying really hard. We want to be sure that you know what's going on, but getting that done is a monumental task. And Michelle and her crew are doing a fantastic job. They have taken it from wherever it was light years down the road. And it's got a little ways to go, but at least we're getting there. And so they're doing a great job. So I really applaud the communications division. Good job. One of the things that I was really excited about was Stephanie and Sam Walker organized the 3-hour watch, which is a neighborhood watch committee. Now, that's one thing that I kind of had to sit back and say, well, why didn't somebody do this 10 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever? It's a great deal. That group of people is very well organized. They work hard. Excuse me, they are there for the big weekends that we go through, and they're just there all of the time. So the watch group is something that you should get involved with. I think it's something that we really need to support and be up there. Anything that they do, say, or whatever, please respect what they're doing and be sure that your guests respect what they're doing as well. They don't carry guns. They don't even carry big sticks. They're just nice people who want to go out and make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to do while you're up there. And so respect is what they want, and that they deserve every bit of that. So congratulations to that group. Also, last, one of the things that is new is our office staff has changed. I do want to take a moment to thank Arlene and Shauna for all of the hard work that they did through the years. While I was earlier as a director before this year, they were always there to help out, and they did a great job. And they're very, very nice people, and they were very important. They were our front door. Excuse me. Now we have a Stacy Whitfield, Anita, and her last name is Dietrich Crow. And we have Millette McAdams, who are in the office now. And again, very good crew. These are people who greet not only you when you come in and have an issue, they take care of your packages, they take care of the mail, they take care of the guests. Excuse me. Oh, I didn't get that. I'm sorry, Ava Burley is also one of the new members. I apologize. But I refer to that office as our front door. They're the people who greet, have a smile on their face. They just make things work, and they find a solution, and you can't ask for anything more than that. They're a great group of people, and thank you for the hard work. Yes, there are two things that have been very significant in the past year. One are the changes that have occurred. The other is the number of the fantastic volunteers that have come up. Now, we do not, and I've been coming here longer than I would bet all but maybe a handful of people in this building. So I've seen them come and go, and it's the volunteers is what makes it run. We pay 300, and I'm not getting into the assessments thing, but we pay the $350 a year. And we ask our volunteers to do just about everything they can to keep this thing running on a shoestring. And I see that happen over and over. And I honestly cannot thank them enough. They really work hard. You'll hear from them today. The committees will be introduced. We have some new people as committee chairs. We have all kinds of things. We have all kinds of things that the committees do. And it's important that we recognize those people, not only thanking them, but maybe seeing how we can help. Because that's the key to making the area do what we want it to be. So excuse me. There was one thing that we took away from last year's meeting that I wanted to touch on. And excuse me, that was the board heard loud and clear that you wanted us to step away from fieldstone management. Well, we would love to do that. We really would. We're trying hard to get all of the pieces in place in order to do that. But unfortunately, we don't have the money to buy out the contract. And the contract stipulates a buyout clause. So we just simply have to do what we've done. Now we've minimized that. We've brought in as much of the activity to the office as we possibly can at this point. We've taken on a new CPA, or we're researching a new CPA firm to take care of the books per se. We're going to do some of that in-house. So we're trying to get everything in place. That, unfortunately, we have one more year. So by next year, we will be able to have our operation in-house, where if you have questions, you'll deal specifically with us, with the office that we have, and we'll go from there. So we're trying. Yeah. Thank you. Actually, I don't mind applauding that too. I get a big boom in the butt, so. I don't mean to speak ill, but it's been trying at best. So right now, I think to finish up, the biggest hurdle that we've got is that moving this from a good old boys group of hunting lodges where the wild horses ran out, and we used to have to put up barbed wire to protect our property, to keep the horses out. Those kind of things, those days are gone, and we have to be able to operate this as a new business. And it's an important business, and I think that's where our direction as a board has to focus. We're getting a lot of new ideas. We're getting a lot of things that people are asking, and they're offering help, and that's great. Those will be the things that we have to go with. Randy, I'll get with you in just a second. Let me wrap up. So if we get to that point, we'll be in better shape than we are now. And my last point also deals with the operation and a standpoint as it is concerned with the membership. And there are really two factions of the membership that I have to look at, or that we all need to deal with, and that is those who live up there full time and those who use it maybe 3 or 4 times a year. And it isn't that that's a big deal, except that there are two real different philosophies that are followed along with those two different groups. They can work together, and they have worked together, but as it gets further along, what is required up there 365 days a year is quite a bit different than what is required to be up there on Memorial Day, Labor Day, and the 4th of July weekend. So those are things which the board is going to have to look at. And as we make decisions, those are things that are going to have to be discussed. So from there, the shape of the association is very good. We have some fantastic volunteers that are helping out all of the time. We have changeover in properties. We have new owners coming in all of the time. And unfortunately, some of those that are my age are leaving us for greener pastures. So we'll do what we can. The board will continue to work as hard as it can. And we hope that if you have questions or concerns, please contact one of us and we'll be happy to at least get started on something. So Randy, do you have something?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could clarify when Fieldstone's contract ends. Their final date.
January 1.
Also, how did we get stuck with the contract for 2 years?
Randy signed that contract prior to the annual meeting in 2024.
And what should I say? What's the bid for Fieldstone if we want to get out?
$38,000.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, God, that came out a little high. All right, we will move on. Dave is up and we'll go over. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. Got it.
I know there's been a question if we reached a quorum. We have reached a quorum. We're retallying the count to make sure we have reached that point. So we have reached a quorum for the meeting.
$144.
151 is the new update.
Okay.
151.
151.
All right, for the ballot measures and resolutions. The annual dues assessment change. So ballot measure number 1, currently 3.7 states that each deeded owner of each deeded property located within Three Rivers Land Recreation Area as recorded in the deed of record of Jefferson County, Oregon, shall pay annual dues to the Three Rivers Landowner Association, currently in the amount of $350, due May 31st of each year. The board is recommending that the annual dues amount be increased to $800 and due by May 1st of each year. Did I say May 1st? Excuse me, May 31st.
I have point of clarification, please.
Sure.
So in that first sentence, you have that we have an 800 annual contribution will work. So you're calling it a contribution at that point. And then later on, you're calling it an increase for dues. So you're saying that we have the road fees. I need a clarification on the road fees because in the past, we didn't have road fees. We have road assessments. So you're changing it to a road fee now, which is going to be a constant and no longer an assessment where we would be paying or voting on another 5 years contract on the roads. I need that clarified.
Correct.
And then also the marine. I'd like that clarified because in here, and that contribution will go in a new assessment, but you're not telling us where the funds and where those funds will go to for the Marines. We're just going to use that to a structure of your choice. I need a clarification on all three of those, please.
The Marina Fund will stay, the $50 Marina Fund will stand, it'll stay. And it's a restricted fund.
Then that needs to be clarified in this, and we're gonna vote on it. Everything needs to be clarified as a single, and how it's gonna be done, because it is essential for our understanding. And the other thing that I need a clarification on is when you say the property owners, each deeded property owner, when me and my wife are both deeded property owners, that would make it available to charge us both a fee of $800 each because we're both owners on this piece of property, which would make an assessment of $1,600 as opposed to $800. The way we have this written is how that has to be interpreted. It has to be
Interpretate things in different ways. Let me address just your one particular point. On your deed, are you and your wife listed on there?
Yes, we are. And we
Have a separate deed for your wife on that property so that you have two divisions to the property, or is it just a single deed in which two people are listed on it?
It's a single deed with two people listed on it, but the way that it says is each deeded person. So we're both deeded. We both have our separate names that are deeded on that piece of property.
By the explanation that was listed with the deed recorded in Jefferson County, how many deeds for your property are listed with Jefferson County? One, or
We have one.
okay. That's the stipulated point that separates that from us being able to charge you for one or two. We have pieces of property that are owned by corporations, and therefore they have several items that would be there. They're all listed on the deed, but you know, my piece of property, for example, my wife and I have half, my daughter and son-in-law have the other half. There are two separate deeds to that particular piece of property. We pay two separate dues every year. So that line to the Jefferson County point is what stops us from charging you twice just because there are two names on the deed.
At this point, but what's going to change that because of your wording and the way that you have this worded, it doesn't state that as the way that you're interpreting it. So it's open, like you said, it's open to interpretation. Your interpretation now is that that's how it is. We go down the road 5 years from now, you guys are like you say, you're getting long in the tooth, you're gonna be moving on. Well, I think there should be clarification for the property owners as whether it be husband and wife or two soulmates, however that whatever that is, to where you're not gonna be able to be allowed to charge us as a couple owning a piece of property, two separate bruises, because the way it's worded, as you said, it's open to interpretation. I need it to be clarified. My point is that we need to have clarification, and that's what I asked for.
Okay, and again, I understand your point, and I understand what you're asking for. It's just, we went through I guess having been on the governing docs committee and tried to go through this, if you do that, you can't list, we can't say or identify particular situations. That's why we had to put the in parentheses there, that it had to be what was listed in Jefferson County. Because that was the only thing that we as an association can go by. People can put anything they want to on the deed, but a deed for a piece of property has to be recorded in the county. If it's not, then we have issues with property that's up there now. But if you have a piece of property that has more than one deed, then there will be more than one deed recorded at the county. I'm not seeing how interpreting that, how we're going to be able to get. No language is going to change the fact that your deed is registered in Jefferson County as identified here. That's what we'll be charged by. So you have one deed, one piece of property, doesn't matter how many names are on it. It's that deed for that piece of property that has the assessments attributed to it. So I see your question, I do, and just difficult on how we would work that to make that happen. Do you have suggestions?
Per deed, period, just per deed. Whatever, what, one deed, one dues.
If you remove the first deed, it takes care of it. Okay, I can see, I see your point with that. If we just change it to each state a deeded owner, now even that can say each
Is
deed
it on?
rather than deeded owner. Yeah, each deed would, it's not taking the word each out, the deeded owner, each deed would be the way to do it. Yeah. No. Sorry.
Hi, we need some clarification. So we have one deed for our property, but we are,
Can we, excuse me, can we do a name and
sorry,
spelling so we can get this? So that,
my name is Carolyn Sweet. Carolyn, last name Sweet, SWEET.
Okay.
Can I speak now? Okay, we need some clarification. We have one deed for our property, but we are assessed 3 different dues. Our family pays 3 sets of dues, so is that not correct? Should we only be paying 1 set of dues?
That would be
We have one deed.
set it up. This goes back, this is exact, oh, sorry. Can you not hear? This goes back to the exact opposite of what we were talking about over there, is that you can put however many people that you want on, as far as the association is concerned, and this goes back to a fieldstone issue that we've dealt with for several years. As far as the association is concerned, the dues that are assessed are against the deed that is recorded in Jefferson County. So I don't know what your deed says in Jefferson County, or if you have more than one person who owns that piece of property, then that would be something that I would have to explain it, but.
So we have multiple people on the deed. On one deed, we have multiple people. So
You're
I
only
guess-
paying one set of dues.
No, we're paying 3 sets of dues.
That I don't, Karen, go ahead.
It comes down to,
Microphone.
hello?
No.
Okay, it comes down to if it says Mr. and Mrs. If it says, let's say Chuck and Jackie Sweet, their entirety, and Pete and Carol Sweet, and 2 other people. It's the and that says you own, and they own, and that's how it comes down to each deeded owner.
That's not what he said. So we need some clarification. Because
How is that not what I said? As I said, it depends on how your deed reads with the county as to how it would be broken down. So how does the deed read? How are the names listed on it?
There's only one deed.
But there's only one deed. You just said earlier, if I remember right, you said one deed.
That's what we're voting on, is to make it one deed for one piece of property.
That is what you got it.
That's not how it was presented.
That's, okay, okay, let's get back, let's get back to what we got going. All right. What we're voting on is that each deeded owner of each deeded property located within 3 rooms recreation area as recorded in the deed of records with Jefferson County, Oregon, shall pay annual dues to the 3 Rivers Landowner Association, currently in the amount of $800. Okay, let's cover that. Where's the proof?
Each deeded owner first, and a 3 would be 6 or 9 or whatever it is. I would be 2. Anybody that has more than one name on their deeded title, the way she just explained it, to me was, oh no, it's what, unless it's a separate deed. Then you turn around and say, well, you got more than one deed. She just didn't.
I know, wait, okay.
That she had one deed, I put people on it, and now you're saying that it's because of the and was give them
Okay,
the right to charge more dues.
here
And the clarification needs to be whether it's just as I've asked for, we gotta have clarification before we even begin to vote on anything that you want us to raise these dues to, because I'm not paying $1,600 a month. I bet half of these people or whoever has more than 2, up to 4, 6, or however many people property on there are gonna be paying $800 a year.
Okay, let's go back before you get it away. We'll address your situation first. Where is the word per that you can be referring to in that statement that I made? Where? Each unit owner, each property within the 3 rivers as recorded, Jefferson County shall pay dues to the 3 rivers land currently in the amount of $800, June 31st of each year. Where's the code? Each owner on that, not the code, but each owner is recorded.
How do you separate each owner? If I'm an owner, my wife is an owner, that's each, that's not a singular. As a double, you've got a double standards on your comments. It's either one person as singular.
Okay,
Or the property deed, which would include as many people as I want to put on my deed on that piece of property, still only own $8 and not every. It was charging this lady an extra 3 property dues because they added an and. What if it would have just been a comma and it was just carried on, then they don't have to pay $2,400?
I'm gonna address your comment in just a second, okay? I need to get into it first. First of all, I still need to go back to the PER. You keep inferring that there's a PER situation that's here. I understand the question where each deeded owner could be a deeded owner or the deeded owner, and I understand that. So I prefer, just get rid of the PER. Yeah, there is no PER. Okay, so we got that. So we got that to that. Well, we're working our way down the list. So we got to that, and we are talking about the fact that a deed that's recorded in Jefferson County is what the association is going to rely on to have in order to build from.
Where are you getting that? Because I'm not seeing that.
It says right here, this is as recorded as a deed in record with Jefferson County.
So my deed and record with Jefferson County has me and my wife on that deed. That's two people, you know,
But it's one deed.
it's
I'm going, they're over there in just a minute.
right.
That's why I don't need right now. You're right.
I'm only being charged one, right? I am. I agree to that. I've always been that way, and it's always been that way. My parents have been up there since '76. So I've been going up there and I've got a lot of knowledge of what's going on. So, and they've always said, no, it used to be, if you own up to 4 or 5 pieces of property, you pay the mortgage. But up to 7 different pieces of property. We've had that in our interest. We've had more than one piece of property. You got two key cards and you can have more than one piece of property. So now it's one piece of property. Now you're adding the property owners to it. So now you're telling me, what's your reading? What you explained to me was that I only need to worry about paying mortgages, which is the way it should be. But the way you have it for my, when I was there from the beginning, which was a point of clarification, is to clarify that where you can't come back later and say, oh, no, you have two people that own that piece of property, we can charge you double. It needs to be per deed, not per the whole thing. You've got so much whitewash, so much extra in there to make it complicated. So to decomplicate that, it would be per deed. And whoever's on that deed, they can divide that $800 if we keep it at $800 for whatever they want to pay for that. But that property is only going to be valued on whether you're saying it's a fee, whether it's a contribution, because you have contribution, you have fees, you have a word in so many different ways. I don't even know what we're paying on. So that has to be clarified. And then that property is only going to be assessed at that $800, whatever that property value, whatever it is, it's property. Not property owners, not, you know, if somebody has more than one deed, I don't know how you do that, because I don't think we're supposed to be able to divide our property out below a certain acreage. So,
Well, when you buy your property in 1969, you were able to do that. That's what happened. So.
but now we can't go and do that anymore. So how do you
Really, I'd like to find a solution to that, and I don't want to pay 2 cents a dues either, but I see your point, and I there's a couple of things, your point of clarification that you're requiring on, or inquiring on. It's about measure reads, it's about measure, and as far as the terminology, we're not, the discussion of it is outside of that, however we are describing it, whatever we do, then, hey, we can argue over that without any problem. I understand that. But valid measure is a valid measure, and that's validity. Now, I agree with you that should have changed the first sentencing. The first portion of the sentence that would make it clearer to satisfy your question, where it is one property, one recorded deed, all of that would make it more clear than say each unit order. That implies plurality of nature, so that we're looking at the possibility of being one way or the other. And I agree with you totally on that one. So that portion of this measure with that wording needs to be changed in order to do it. So we look at that. I need to move over just a second, Randy. I need to move over to this young lady who is over here. Okay.
Okay.
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
William, William. What I believe is she said that if your husband or wife, they're considered one, but if you put in somebody else and wife, they're considered two. So if somebody deeded the property, Tony Pulley, Sue Pulley, Stan Pulley, Kyle Pulley, and didn't put husband and wife, they should only get one. But if they happen to put Tony, Sue Pulley, husband and wife, husband and wife, it makes it three. So I don't feel that just because at the time you bought the property, you put husband and wife or not husband and wife, I don't believe that matters. I believe that you should put on here a fee for each deeded property, not for who's owning the names and how they're put on the property.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Tim, can you go back to the lady who had the three pieces of property? I need to get hers.
One property,
One property with three owners and you're paying 2 cents of dues.
yes.
Okay. I will tell you that I believe that that's wrong.
Thank you. Can I get my money back?
Hey, I'm not standing right, but the point that I would like to get from you is you have one piece of property. The ownership had to have been registered somewhere along the line. This had to be something that Fieldstone would have picked up on in order to create that building. And I don't know, without seeing the deed or reading the face of the deed, what we can, I mean, we gotta change that because it's one piece of property with essentially one owner. So that has to be what it is.
So
Car, then they have, the IP car.
Good question. How many key cards will you give it?
we have three because we have 3 sets of dues we have to pay.
Okay, so that would be correct. So yeah, that would be it. Well, okay. Just a second. Okay. We need to directly do some specific research on your particular situation.
So I don't waste everybody's time here. Who can I contact so we can rectify that?
Just send me an email as soon as you can.
Okay.
And I'll get on it on tomorrow. I'll figure out where we've got to go with it.
Okay.
What happens. I just need to get a copy. I need to see what that deed says. Why they in fact picked up on it what they did.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Copy that. We have some, just a second, we have some comments from the.
If anybody else can or I think there's anything.
Go ahead.
37 years ago, I bought my property up there with my best friend. Now, he and I own that property. Both of our spouses are co-owners, I guess technically, but the deed still says his name, my name. And for those 37 years, we've been paying 2 sets of dues all along because we weren't husband and wife as a word, because, you know, if it was a married couple that owned the property, it would have been 1 set of dues. So I'm not looking for a refund, but it would be great, especially if the dues go up to $800 to only have to pay 1 assessment. Our fee, the one we have, has never changed in 37 years. It's always had his name and my name. I'm not sure which is listed first. Now, the question is, and so that would be great if you could work on that, because I'm sure that this lady, Carolyn, and myself are not the only ones in the room that have this issue. Because my situation predates Fieldstone by a long time. Also, I'm a little confused on the $800. Is that now include assessments, the main assessment, the road assessment, any legal assessments or anything else that we've had before? Is that all just being lumped into the $800?
Actually, the road assessment, the legal assessment ran a couple of years ago. So there is no assessment to that. There is, that was a 5-year renewal action that we took. what we would hope to do with this particular assessment increase is to put that amount of money, the $250 into roads as a consistent donation in order to keep the roads maintained and improved.
So if we were to take $100 per year on property, hopefully, expect them to be hearing back from the association, then for another assessment here, another assessment there, the other thing.
And that's, we're trying to do it, and there's no legal assessment, and then the marina fund, which is a restricted fund. But it's by, through the bylaws, we pay to it. There isn't any other designation. You can't go anywhere else. It's attached to it.
Well, I appreciate your time on that, and I just would also like to say that as a person who doesn't live up there and we vacation up there, came up, we're one of the 3 or 4 times a year type folks, I would have to just say that I'm sure that full-time people that live up there put a whole lot more, there's wear and tear on the roads and the gates and all that other kind of stuff. So, and we also don't get the opportunity to vote for fire district increases and all those other tax measures that happen over there. Everybody knows this. So just keep in mind the decisions that are made here for those of us who don't use the property all of the time affect all of our pocketbooks. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you ready? Not yet. Yes, go back to the back there. Oh, yes.
Hi, my name's Greg Connie. And I think that a lot of people here will agree that it's poorly written to withdraw the.
Joseph, please, so that you can't quite hear you.
I'm sorry.
Right, yeah, there you go. Thank you. My name is Greg Connie. And I think a lot of people agree that this ballot measure is poorly written. I suggest we withdraw it and resubmit it later after it's been reworked. Is that a motion?
Is that a motion?
I'll say we haven't made that easy, Joe. We haven't made a motion.
I make a motion to withdraw the ballot measure and have it rewritten.
Okay, thank you. Well, that will come up for discussion. Okay, while we're waiting for I do want to read something that Tom has brought up. 3.1 of the bylaws is membership qualifications. It says any person or entity who owns an interest in a lot located within TLRA as reflected in the deed of record to Jefferson County, Oregon, shall automatically be members of the association. Co-owners of a lot who are not members of the same household unit shall each be an owner and automatically become TLRA members. Owners may have more than one membership if they own multiple lots. Okay, so that defines what a membership is. That's where we come up with the different family types that come in, and that's how the pieces of property are originally divided up. So that's where you're going to come up with your multiples. Right here, right.
My name is John Gullickson.
Okay, sorry. Well, John, okay, that side makes.
My name is John Gullickson. I've been a member of the association now for going on to 50 years. And hold the mic, well, I'm one of the cowboys that's left over from the old days, just like yourself. Hold the mic a little bit. Say, I'm one of the old members like yourself that left over from the ratchet rather. When I got the notification, I was going up to $80 and a shock. The $250 assessment on the roads, the last time we did this, there were about 400 members coming in the association right now. So that gave us roughly $400,000 for road improvements. Well, this extra $250 a year was another $100,000. I'm under the knowledge that all the labor is free. The laborers do this for volunteer. So $100,000 a year for road assessment comes to about $8,000 a week. We're going to pay up some material loan. I don't see it justifying it.
Okay, all right.
I mean, numbers are a little skewed, but that's okay. I have no point. It seems excessive. I mean, we're turning into a Sun River or a Blackview. I thought we were weekend people, most of us are to go up there and enjoy the weekend. We're paying for 10% of people that live there, but 90% of us that don't are paying for all the amenities. There are lots,
What's an issue? Yeah.
there are lots of needs, and it seems like we it's the needs.
Okay.
I mean,
Very good.
my opinion.
Very good. Thank you. Come on here. Yes.
Hi, Rhonda Whitcup. You know how you, broke down the $800 on Facebook?
Yes.
Can you do that? Because that was really made clear. What you did there, and also, just speaking to the legal issues, I'm glad that you read what you just read about it, because this has been brought up for many years. It seems like it's brought up every year.
Yeah.
And it is written in our paperwork, and what you just said was just what I was gonna ask you to do.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, I don't know that I have the ability to show that breakdown. I'll see if I can't find it while we're answering questions. There's a lady right there. In the red shirt.
They didn't do as well as they
There
wanted.
you go. Thank you.
Yvonne, right? So I think the ballot measure needs to reference that paragraph in the bylaws. So whatever definition of an owner is in the bylaws is what's going to be charged at $800. And then fixing what's in those bylaws is something different. And I'm curious what the attorney says. And I'm also curious what industry practice is for homeowners associations. It seems to me that it should just be one property, one vote, one owner.
Okay, and that's really.
But that's a separate issue. That's a bylaw issue.
Yeah. Bruce, do you have a comment on it? Here's coming. He put that cast on just because he wanted sympathy.
So, hi, everyone. I'm Bruce Lepore. I'm one of the general counsel for the association. I'm a partner with Parker Lepore. We've been engaged by the association for about a year now. I think last year you had my partner, Kevin. He's the funnier one. So sure you get me. Sorry. So just your questions, I just want to make sure your question. So it was, one was, what's the industry standard in terms of how you assess lots? Is that correct? The most typical way is one lot, one assessment. That's the most common way. It is not the only way. It's the most common way. There are many ways of being done. When a developer develops a planned community, one of the things that must be under ORS Chapter 94, one of the things that what must be included in the declaration is the allocation of common expenses amongst the lots. Most typically, it's just done on a one lot pays an equal amount basis. Condominiums are a little different. They're often done on square footage. Some other associations may have other different particular concerns that might affect the way that they assess lots. The CCNRs and bylaws that are written here with Three Rivers were written a rather long time ago, I think. You know, between the years, say 1970 and now, sort of best practice or most common practice has changed quite a bit. So you are dealing with older documents. And I think there were two questions. In theory, yes, that's possible.
Well, I think this is the point where a lot of the chat's coming in.
Is what?
That the word, the language, the Ryan Reynolds brought it.
Yeah, there, yeah.
The language.
Ryan Noodles with the board brought up that the language is not what's changing. So it's going back to the 3.7, the thing that's asking that is already in the bylaws. So the language is already in. We're trying to get it to come back up. That language is already in the bylaws. It is the dollar figure, the 800 of the fee, which is the ask for the vote. So if you go back to current bylaws, it's, which again, we're trying to get that to come back up. You will see that, that the language is already there. So that was, the language of all this has already been voted on prior to. So, and then Tammy, and please hold for a second. Tammy Weiss is asking for a motion to table the measure one vote until full clarification of the wording of it per deeded owner, et cetera, has been corrected, as there are too many questions and issues coming up around it. And until we know for sure what it is we are signing up for with the ballot measure one, and that she feels it's an extremely important to table the issue. So I guess maybe it's a clarity of what the two are. What are we, if the wording isn't changing, it's just the dollar figure, what are we actually going to be voting on or not?
Okay, we have one more comment in the back. Oh, sorry, yes.
Well, a motion twice, excuse me, Randy Geisler, a motion twice has been made to table. A second has not been asked for. I believe there was one made on chat. I don't know if that's possible. I'll second. The gentleman in the back did actually make a motion. Isn't it appropriate?
I did not hear, Randy, the terminology. He suggested that came up. We talked about it coming up as something to do. He did not say, I make a motion to.
After you said no motion was made, he revised his statement and said, I make a motion. The gentleman is standing there now if you would like to clarify.
That's
I make a motion that we withdraw this ballot measure, rewrite it and resubmit it at a later date.
okay. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
What's the motion about?
The motion is, Jim, the motion is to withdraw this ballot measure to be reconsidered and rewritten and presented at a later date.
Why a later date? Why can't we make a motion right now and vote on it?
Like, well, that is just a motion, Jim. Sorry,
He wants to make a motion. I believe in my thinking. Her property is a due. Whatever piece of property we got, there should be one.
That's not.
Bills per property, not per.
And that's, yeah, we voted on that 2 years ago. We have a motion on the floor. It has been seconded. Is there discussion? Yes, sir.
I want to second the motion, Kevin Paul.
That had been seconded. Just, I'm trying to get there. I'm really trying to get there, man. All right. So discussion on the motion? Yes. There's a hand up right behind you. Turn around.
Henry Highmiller again, I think this would give us the opportunity to go back and revisit that piece of the bylaws. Because myself, I'd be 100% in favor of voting yes for this at $800. I'm not so on board with it at $1,600. Thank you.
Okay. We have one more comment over here, far side. Thank you. You're moving faster than Tim. I appreciate that.
Hi there, my name is Debbie Wheeler. And with the $800, what would be really helpful if you're rewriting and checking into things is have the breakdown in the actual ballot. So everybody totally knows this is what the money is for.
Okay.
I have a point of clarification.
We're back at the corner again.
Yeah, Steve Hatfield. I got a point of clarification where, and you discussed this earlier about the roads and the assessments that we had.
Okay, we're on discussion for this motion.
I was up and out waiting for this.
Oh,
and then you jumped around.
Well,
And did this other deal before I had it. So I've been standing here since you
okay,
made your comment.
then let's hear what you have to say.
So in here, you talked about the road assessment. I need point of clarifications of when you put notifications out. Now I have a letter here that came out from Three Rivers off the Facebook page. And on this letter that was sent out, which was supposed to give us better clarification of the big mailing you sent out for the dues increases. And in here, it talks about on road maintenance, $250.
And on it, it says this portion continues to cover the road maintenance cost we have always had. We haven't always had a road maintenance, but you're misinforming the new people that haven't been around for generations to know that that's not true and that they've always been assessments. Now, I know that the road assessments that we've had expired in 2024, which was our $250 road assessment. If you go back into the documents from.
Well, I'm well aware of what you got. Go ahead, let me finish.
So now you're saying that you just want to, so we're not gonna, you're not putting this out for these people to have the proper knowledge of that we've had the assessments in the past, and now you want to change it to a flat fee for road maintenance at $250. You're misinforming, and these people don't know. And it's very confusing when you jump around, you use different terminology and you use different languages when you're putting out different information. One, the different information that you sent out in the mailer, then the Three Rivers one, and the lack of what people need to be aware of and what needs to be known. And what needs to be known is that we haven't always had road, what you're calling maintenance fees, that we had assessments. They were normally a 5-year assessment, which is now done. If you want to do another assessment and keep that up, and then give us the reason for those funds, which you've always done in the past, with documentation of what it costs to do, then we can go ahead and go through with that, as opposed to a carte blanche of, okay, this is what we've always done. Here's our road fees, $250, vote on it. I think that needs to be put in a separate vote. I would ask that that be tabled on this as well, and that be readdressed so that each of these measures you're trying to pass in under one can be addressed singularly and informed properly for our people. Thank you.
Bill, I got an order, please. I'm gonna try to help you here.
Yeah, well,
We are on whether or not we're a motion to table.
correct.
Not a motion to table, a motion of whether or not you're gonna withdraw this, basically. I can't remember the exact wording. So just for everyone to help Bill, right now in the moment,
Randy Geisler, right now in the moment, that's what we're talking about. But we just have to deal with that particular item. I want that gentleman in the back to be able to hear as much as he can be heard. Like we have to stick to, there's rules that make us stick to the certain subject that we're dealing with, and we got to kind of move along that way. And like I said, I want that gentleman and anybody else like him to be able to say whatever they want, but right now we're in the specific motion. And I hope that helps, Bill.
Thank you. Yes, we do have a motion on the floor. There is discussion on it. So we will address if there is any further discussion on. We have somebody over in the far side.
I got right here.
Oh, sorry, right here. Sorry.
Sorry, buddy. My name is Mark Blevins. Right to my face. Brought this up multiple years, had this bigger conversation about the property owners. Miss Sweet over there. My dad and I dealt with this. I had to pay 2 sets of dues for a number of years because we had vested interest. And so I believe that if 3 people own a third of the property and they're bringing up their guests and they have their gate access and all those things, they should be paying those dues. One of the properties I bought was from 2 best friends, 50%. They each paid dues. The way around that is one of our properties is in an LLC. Multiple people have their properties in LLCs. It's one vested interest and one set of gate cards. That's just how that part goes. I think that makes sense. As far as if you just have one deeded owner and everything, then in lies the other problem in the summer, who's taking accountability for the property and all of those problems that go on if there's, well, you're an owner, but we're not getting down there, if that makes sense also. And then to the point there about tabling it, you know, my dad is the head of the road committee and we haven't even got there yet. But if we table this, there is funds that need to be brought up that will be tabled for another year. Unless we make a motion to make an adjustment today
to say, we don't like this, but we do like this, and we do agree that these changes need to be made. That makes sense.
Okay, thank you. All right, one more.
Yeah, John Rakowitz, on Brandy Lane. I kind of piggybacking on what the gentleman just said. I'm trying to understand if we table it, are we tabling this for another year?
Yes.
Okay, so friendly amendment to your motion. That if this group votes to table it today, I'm not going to vote to table it. If we do that, that we give ourselves, the board, whatever, 60, 90 days to bring this back so we don't sit around for a year. And it's already been a year or two since the road assessment and let things start falling apart. So that's my friendly amendment to you, that we don't just shut ourselves down for another full year, 60 days, 90 days. Somehow we will gather and do another vote if we vote to table. Is it great?
Okay, hang on, Tim, don't leave. Are we making that a motion to amend?
Correct. I am doing a friendly amendment and he has agreed.
There isn't a friendly about it. Is there a second to that motion?
Second that.
There is a second to the motion. So we have a motion on the floor, which is an amendment to the motion. I don't get paid enough for this, people. That
We vote to table.
that we are voting to table this motion. Hey, and so now we are, and please try to keep our discussion to that. I'd like to get this before the style of my shirt changes. So let's do something, okay? If you have a comment back there?
Yeah, my name's Tony Pulling. In the past, haven't we had an amendment in the mail? Haven't we mid-year if
Yeah, you can vote, but that ends up being a vote to change something in the CCNRs, which requires a 70% vote. Bylaw changes have to be made at a quorum, so there has to be 141 members present to be able to vote on something. That's why they do it at an annual meeting. It's not a rule I make up, that's a rule that the state makes.
no, but I mean, as far as like the road fund and the assessment.
We can always mail out a ballot. We have the cost of the ballots, we have the cost of mailing it out. We can always do that if that's something that somebody wants to do, but that's a matter of practicality, how to get the job done. We need to decide on what we're doing first, and then we can fill that in. But yes, that could be done.
But I'm saying, because that way it gives you some time to make an informed decision with the ideas we have here, and then in a month, we could be addressing the problem, because if you let the roads go and you kick the can down the road, then your price is double instead
We've
of,
already done that, so yeah.
yeah, so it needs to be addressed.
Okay, I've got some hands up. Where's the microphone? Where are we at? I got a guy in the back, I got a guy up in the front, right here, I've got one back there. Help me out.
Going right here.
Okay, Bob, go ahead.
Bill, should I go ahead and talk about the roads?
No, sit down.
Well, let's talk about the $800 then. Let's put it all together. They're only asking for $150 more than what you were paying. Before you were paying the $350, the $50 for the marina fund, the $250 for the road assessment. You were. Okay, so that was $650. We're only asking for another $150 with the road assessment.
Okay, there you go. Back there, go ahead.
Hi, Jason Farmer. I have just a quick question. How difficult would it be? I think the attorney mentioned that most homeowners associations charge per lot. How difficult would it be to change the bylaws to read 1 fee per deed, regardless of how many names are on the deed?
That's the way it reads.
And what would that process look like? That's not how it reads now. This reads each deeded owner of each deeded property.
Karen, you have that? You have that as a bylaw? Hey, no. You can answer that? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Shit, sorry.
Okay, so the language that's in the ballot measure, I think, is a little bit different than the language that's currently in the bylaws. So I'd agree the way to make it one assessment per lot, if that's what the community wanted to do, you need to amend the bylaws. To amend the bylaws, you need a majority vote of all of the outstanding votes in the association. You need the affirmative approval of a majority of the total amount of votes. Sorry. You need, in order to amend the bylaws, you need the affirmative approval of at least a majority of the total outstanding votes in the community. Now, that can be done either at a meeting or it can be done by a written ballot in lieu of a meeting.
I would like to make a motion that we do that.
We have two motions on the floor. If we can hold on your motion for a moment, we'll get these out of the way and then we'll be fine.
One comment.
Sure.
Am I on?
I don't know. Are we on up here?
Okay, I'd just like everybody to understand that, yeah, we can go one vote or one assessment per lot. But that $800 number's going up. Okay, because we have more owners than we have lots, and we're gonna have to make up the shortfall. So just be cognizant of the fact that if we go one owner, one lot, dues might go to 1,200. And everybody's okay with that. I'm okay with that. But if we walk away from here without any resolution on this matter right now, it's extremely difficult. And we don't have the manpower to come back in 60, 80 days. This is all great. We don't have the money to do it. All right, we don't have the people, we don't have the people power, we don't have the financial power to go make all these nice little changes once a year. Everybody drops in and they say their piece and then they walk away and say, gee, I was brilliant. All right. My suggestion would be to reconsider if you want to do this 1 year and then come back and change everything next year, that's fine. That'll be 2 years we haven't touched the roads. And just be aware that if we go to one assessment per lot, we're gonna need more money from everybody. So, I mean, that's just the bottom line.
Okay, we're back to, well, we have them. Do you have some discussion on your motion?
I make a motion to amend my previous motion. To the ballot measure and have the board resubmit it for a vote in 30 or 60 days, either by computer, if the technology is available on paper.
Okay, I can't, I appreciate your motion. We're great. Well, we got to that point. I've got an motion over here on the floor. It's been seconded. The discussion is, I'm going to assume, unless you have something to mention about that particular motion. Do you?
Ruled on my motion.
I can't rule on your motion at this particular point in time. Randy, give me a break here for just a second. I got a guy back up here.
I'm gonna try to help.
I know, but hang on. What's the comment?
We were going along okay here. Now we're getting a threat from the board. If you don't do this, we're gonna charge you more. That's what telling me, if you don't pass this bill, the money, you're gonna charge us more. This is outrageous. Can you come down and how you people feel about it? From dollar to dollar,
It's simple math. I'm not saying, in order to maintain our current thing, right? If we have 700 owners and 640 lots, all right? And suddenly now we lose 60 dues payers. All right, we gotta make the difference up. It's not a threat. It's just a fact.
it's a threat.
It's a fact.
We're not running Sun River here at Blackview. The roads, you're gonna charge us $100,000 a year to maintain roads. But the labor is free.
No, the labor is not free.
I was told The volunteers do most of the work.
They do now.
They do now.
Can't do that.
I'm just saying though, let's reevaluate this $250.
Yeah.
The $800 is outrageous. For the people that come up there on a part-time basis, like I said, we're subsidizing the people that live up there.
Okay, you've made your point, and I appreciate what you're saying, but I think what we need to do is let's satisfy our votes here and get this out of the way and move forward. Hang on, okay, sorry.
Okay, Bill, I think this will shorten up what, first of all, it should be clear what is being talked about right now, and I think it's an amendment to a motion to table. It's okay, the right thing already kind of led to it. If I remember right, all this discussion about deeds was happening 2 years ago. With an amendment to 3.7 on how many people. That's all, that is whatever the settlement of that question is, that is settled. And I think that's what our attorney's talking about, that we'd have to change something. So that's a settled matter. And so on the language of your proposal, isn't that settled what it means?
Okay,
And I would ask counsel to confirm if that is or not.
hang on, I'd like to go down, be with you just a second, I got you on the spot. Okay, I'd like to just go down at one time, I know I have a motion on the floor, and I have a motion to amend that motion, we're getting to those, they're moved and seconded. But all of the language that we're talking about, everything that this gentleman in the back of the room brought up, all of that had been decided on 2 years ago when we voted on the ballot. As Ryan pointed out from the Zoom portion of this, the only difference in all of that is that it went from the dollar amount of $350 to $800. Now, all of the questions that have come up that concern the ownership, the definition of an ownership, those are in section 3 of the bylaws. 3.1 I read to you. 3.7 we've read several times. The question is not about ownership, which you feel obviously is very important. And I don't deny that at all. It's something that needs to be addressed. But it is not what really this ballot measure was intending to do. Its only intention was to change the $350 to $800. Now, that's all that we should have been voting for, okay? That we got down the rabbit hole, and it's obviously just a deep rabbit hole, and that's the way it goes. But I still have that. Now I have, I guess, some discussion topics. I have a lady over here, and I have my Randy guys that are flowing back there in the back.
Thank you very much, Bill.
I'm trying, man, I'm trying.
Hey, and I can fix this in a heartbeat.
I
Just give me a
understand.
sec.
Yeah.
One chance, but we can't do it right now.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, first of all, I guess I'm the one that kind of started this, and I wanted a point of clarification. And I will add that in my point of clarification, that was accomplished through a roundabout, which was our Three Rivers Association rules on ownership of the property. So it wasn't about the taxes, it had to do with the rules that you talked about a couple of years ago that was clarified that as property owners, more than one, whether it be a family member. So the confusion came in when you put this out where it said property owners, but what we went through. So the clarification is that Marion County has one deed. Whoever's on that deed doesn't matter. The property owners that are on that, if they're dual families, then those dual families pay extra, which has always been. I've never questioned any of that. I've known that. I've just never seen it in black and white, what you put out on the First Amendment. So that was where I came in going, wait a minute, is this something new? So the point of clarification was good on that. I'm good with that. I'm fine with the dues. I think it clarifies to everybody else with what was going on with the multiple. I would hope that it did. It did for me, and I'm happy for that.
Thank you.
I think that for this, it does need to change where your clarification is. What we talked about was the property, just so it doesn't come back again. Correct. To haunt us, that would be a firm one. So in those point of clarifications, I'm awesome with. The other point of clarification, I still got confusion on, and if we want to address that.
Not yet.
Later, I would like the whole position for that.
Okay, and all right, over here.
Oh, Sue Corliam again. I believe what he said was true, that if we take away the per owner and make it per property, that it will need to go up. But you gotta think ahead. Everybody, a lot of people here are elderly and it's just the two of them own the property. When they die, all of a sudden 5 kids own the property and they're gonna have to pay 800 times 5. Then when those kids die, 15 grandkids own the property. Now you're taking 800 times 15. You gotta think ahead, not just now. That bylaw needs to be changed to the fee goes per property, but yes, it will go up. But that won't be as bad as 15 grandkids times 800 or 1,500. So that bylaw needs to be changed, but we cannot put a hold on this money right now, or otherwise the roads are not gonna get fixed this spring and summer because we have a hold on the money, but that $800 does need to be separated. $250 for roads, $50 for the marina, $50 for whatever you guys figure it needs. But it needs to be separated. You can't just have an open wallet. I'm sure not gonna give my grandkid $800 and tell him to separate it. I mean, it needs.
Okay, yeah, your point is well taken. Thank you. Randy?
Do we have any motions on the floor currently, Bill? I want to clarify what was that.
We have 2, and I'm really trying to get them done.
Okay, so I'm trying to help her, but I might not be. The simple answer, you gave it. The measure should be strike out the $350 in the, and 3.7 and insert 800 if that's what you guys are trying to accomplish. And don't talk about who's a property owner and who's not. That's what's in there. So we have to strike a number and insert a number. I'm not necessarily in favor of what we're, the dues, but I would like you to be able to get down the road as to what you're asking for. And if we can get to that point after you get all the other things out of the way, I'm offering that. I'd be happy to make a motion to that effect.
No, I'm motioned out. What we have, the question. Can I get a question to call for on the motion to amend? Just somebody say question. Question. Thank you. All right, the motion to amend the motion to table this, which that motion was concerned with having the board look at the information, reevaluate what was listed, and then represent it. Now, I will, before I call, I will make one explanation to that. The ballot measure was not set up to amend or change the bylaws in the statement prior to the dollar amount. So all of that nomenclature that's in there prior to the $800 exists, and we're not changing that. What the board is asking for is to change from $350 annually to $800. Does not concern property owners. I know we have issues with people thinking they're gonna get charged more or whatever. We have that, but that's the explanation. That's what we're voting on, is to go back and re-amend that and present it again. So all in favor of that motion to amend the earlier motion, raise your hand. Okay, see, that's the problem. Because what we're doing is all of this discussion, though it is incredibly important, and it is great that you guys can voice what you want so that the board can hear that, is that all we're doing is changing the number. So to satisfy the amendment, all we're doing is taking it back. Saying, are we going to change the $800 to something else, to 500 or 600 or whatever, and represent it, which is a possibility. If that's what we're looking to do, we can do that. Otherwise, the motion to amend and have it redone. It's your choice, vote yes, we bring it back and we do no, we continue to the motion to table and to make it go from there, so.
So Claire, could you clarify, the motion to amend is to amend the motion to table,
Correct,
okay, just so to make it clear, so that's all we're talking about in the moment,
correct,
okay?
right?
Yes.
Here we are, again,
What's the yes vote?
a yes vote means that we'll have to take it back and change it. A no vote means that we just move on to the next motion, which is to table it. And you guys thought that voting was easy.
No, there's no reason.
Okay, so those in favor of this?
Bill, I'd like to be.
Okay.
So the motion to be decided on right now is whether to amend the original motion, which is to table the ballot measure. So a yes vote now would be to make the underlying motion include, if the ballot measure is tabled, then the board will have to come back and represent it within a certain time period, 3 months, 6 months. So that's so we're adding that time period to the original motion to table the ballot measure. And no vote means that the original motion will still be debated as it was. It was just tabled with no time frame on it.
So the motion that we're voting on would do away with the tabling.
No. It restricts the tabling. It has restrictions to the tabling.
So, and we're only talking about the $800. We're not addressing the fact that you're changing the road assessment.
We're not changing anything. What the money is dedicated to is not stipulated in the bylaws. It's never been broken down. We don't have anything that has any historical value that tells us what to do that with. So all we have is the fact that the $800 is what it's changed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I think that
yep, we have one more back there.
$800 isn't locked in. $800 isn't locked in. A lower number could be looked at.
Not on this particular, I've suggested that as the reason for it to go back to something, yeah. No, we're not,
Okay,
we're not changing anything,
okay, just.
okay? So, we're ready to call,
Got one more here. Rick Severson.
oh, yes,
And what I'd like to add is if we do decide to table this, which will likely be next year's meeting, it's going to be another year with no road maintenance. And it doesn't matter where you live, what community, what street you live on, whether you're paying it through your taxes, if it's a private road, you have a shared road agreement, you're paying it with your neighbors. We have to maintain the roads. They're very important for everybody's property values. They just continue to go downhill, big canyon, there's mud coming up through the road. And if it's a vote to table this now, it's going to be a whole nother year before this comes back. And the same thing happened last year at the meeting. We had high hopes that we were going to start over with the road construction. We were going to build them right, build them up, get a crown on it so that they didn't deteriorate. And everybody I talked to was looking forward to the improvements, and then it got voted down. And now we're a year later and there has been nothing done on the roads, and now it's going to be another year. It's just a bad idea.
and that, your particular comments are pertinent to the motion.
Exactly.
For us that we have, so what we're talking about now is his motion to put stipulations on that table to say, bring it back with it.
Wouldn't it make sense to do the table first to see if that motion is in
I have to do, by rule, I have to do his first and then go.
So I put this out there, and the reason I put it out is exactly what you're talking about. If the next vote after this one is table or not table, I'm saying, and the man who made the tabling motion, I'm saying to not wait another year, as you said, to, if we vote to table, which I'm not going to vote for because I'm concerned about the roads, that somehow in 60 days, 90 days, whatever the board can manage, that we bring this back. So okay, so then if it's not technically possible, I'm just trying to get at what you're trying to get at, which is not wait another year for road improvements. That's all I was trying to do.
Okay, let's see if we can wrap this up then. So we're, as long as we understand, this is the amendment to the table motion, puts a time restriction on it to have it brought back to the membership. Those in favor now, and understand, if the motion to table doesn't pass, this particular motion falls apart. So that's okay. So those in favor of the amended to the motion to table, let's see a show of hands.
You know, I guess both these. Yes, both these that we want to discuss, whether we.
The discussion. Okay. And,
Yes, both these and another.
okay. Those. Okay, I honestly have.
How you saying?
We went over the yes vote is that if you vote yes, it provides that should the primary motion, which is to table this. Okay, so the first motion comes up. Okay, what you're voting on now is the motion to amend that so that if it passes, then we have a specific time frame to get that information back to the membership for them to vote on. He was asking for 30 to 60 days.
So we vote yes, that means we're not gonna vote on raising the dues, but we're gonna vote on waiting for you 60 to 90 days to give us something to vote on.
Yes, yeah.
If the first.
So if we vote-
If the first motion to table passes.
So if we vote no, that means we'll still discuss whether we're gonna raise the dues.
No, we're still on that. All that means is that we're not amending the motion. We still are going to have to go back and address the motion, whether we're tabling it or not.
But we will get a chance to vote on whether we're gonna raise dues to 800 or not.
Oh, yes, that's the ballot measure on that's on the floor. That's what your document is. So, yeah, you will vote on that. No matter what, yeah. Yes.
Scott Combs, I have property on Prospect View. I think basically the second motion, as I understand it, is to table it or not. If that is successful right now, that would be a year.
Yes.
This motion we're gonna vote before that just expedites, a yes expedites it to where it wouldn't be a year.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
so basically that's,
There we go.
Sorry, Bill. It's me, Rob. But Article 4, can you clarify that's great if we expedite it to 30, 60 days. We have to have a quorum though. Which means the only place we'll have a quorum is at the next annual meeting again. So it's saying it'll expedite to 30, 60 days, but in reality, it's a year.
There's an option to call a special meeting of winners at any time with the committee, so it doesn't have to be, you can call another owner meeting. Doesn't have to be at the next annual meeting.
But does it have to be 140 some odd?
You have to have a quorum at that meeting.
So we have to pay to rent a meeting hall with money we don't have.
Many associations these days do their owners meetings entirely by Zoom. And that is an option. It's also an option to propose a ballot by electronic ballot or by written ballot in lieu of a meeting. So there are many options. It might be better, you know, in the event that they'll use vote, and they don't want to vote on this, and they table that. Then maybe the board and I can discuss what your options are to bring it back before the membership.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna go back one more time. We're voting on the motion to amend the motion to table. All in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed, same sign. All right, we have that passing. So should the next motion pass, it will be amended with a time limit on it. So we're moving to the motion to table. It has been moved and seconded. I assume that the discussion on this has been completed. More than adequate, yes. Question?
When you have table it for?
30 to 60 days.
30 or 60 days.
30 to 60, Jim.
Let's pick a day, 30 or 60. 30.
It's a window.
I didn't.
Okay. All those in favor of tabling this until further date? Raise your hand. Those opposed, same sign. All right. So that fails. The motion to amend fails with the motion. So we are now to the point where we're back. That's what I like, somebody who can pop up right away. There you go. We're back to the questions concerning.
Can we now,
Ballot measure.
can I now move to amend the wording on the measure to state one lot, one fee?
That's
written in the bylaw.
that's
Well, what is involved in the process of amending the bylaw?
Point of order again.
Yes, Randy.
That's not what's on the floor. What's on the floor is, Bill finally got back to where he just read us the measure, I think.
Yeah.
About right?
That's where we're at.
Okay, so he just read us the measure. He's trying to allow discussion of whether or not to adopt the measure.
Correct. Whether we want to vote, yeah.
Whether or not we want to vote yes or no on the measure.
Right.
The measure, well, okay, I don't want to amend it.
Yeah.
The measure is simply asking, according to what Bill said, it's the same language of what 3.7 was before, except we're changing a number. Is that correct? We're changing a number from 350 to 800.
That's correct.
Right now, without any other motions on the floor, we are discussing whether or not we want to vote yes or no on that measure. Is that clearly?
That's where we're at. So
that's what we can discuss.
well, I think we beat that horse to death, but yes. That's what this ballot is for, so that your first line is a ballot measure, you vote yes or no. So they say, no, call for hand, so take your pen and mark that.
Well, no, I would like to I didn't get a chance to discuss this. I would like to, one more point of discussion. What we've been doing this year and what we did last year, and what's bothering some people, and not just about language and so forth. Our old way that we always did things were, we had a general amount of money that was for general purposes. That was our regular dues, which is the 350. We supplemented that by, when we needed to do roads, we did a special assessment, or when we had a legal issue, we did a special assessment for council. That kept the membership kind of in control of the amount of large sums of money that would be involved in projects or disasters like the Sparks Road thing, where we get asked and it get explained to us, and we'd say yes or no, and we usually said yes. But we were the reserve account through special assessments, but the board, and I know it's annoying, Bill, had to ask every time something like this came up. What's being proposed now, and I don't agree with, is that all these kind of things get rolled into one and become a part of the general operating fund for Three Rivers, taking away from us discretion of how a lot of this money is spent. We will no longer have to be asked. So if the board wants $250 for roads, they're not asking by a special assessment. They are asking that they're going to say that's what we're going to use it for. But guess what? There's no obligation on the part of the board to do that because it's not by special assessment. Whatever money extra we give them now, they can use for whatever they want, regardless of what's been said in this synopsis. And I would ask the attorney to correct me if I'm wrong about that. Okay, then I'm asking a question that can't be answered adequately. But so my view is that what we're doing here in the last couple of years is we're changing from a more controlled model for the members to a discretionary spending model for the board. That means the discretion is more in the board and less in us for whatever this amount of money is used for, because when we vote yes on this, we give that power to the board. They're not going to ask us again, and that's not going to prevent the board from asking for another special assessment for roads or special assessment for anything that was discussed. And meanwhile, if there's extra money, it can be used to create a reserve account, which is a whole other bag of worms, which council last year said the law does not require us to have, but it follows along with this discretionary spending model. And once we establish that, and council can answer this question for me, in the opinion of council, that if the money's available, or maybe even not, that the board can simply adopt a resolution to create a reserve account and put us in the statutory value of the Oregon Planned Communities Act on reserve accounts. Okay, I'll repeat what council said. The council said that the board could adopt a resolution to simply create a reserve account. And last year I spoke about what reserve accounts will do to us. It will take fiscal control away from us. And reserves were mentioned in the synopsis for this year as part of reason for the dues increase. And now, Bill, I will try to shut up and let you run your meeting. Thank you.
No problem. I appreciate your comments. I will take an exception in that I'm a glass half full kind of guy, and your description there is sort of a glass half empty explanation of what's going to happen to the funds. Historically speaking, for the 52 years I've been up here, I think every board, including the one my dad sat on 40-some years ago, has always had the best interest of the association at heart. But I do understand that there is that option for funds to be misused and to go in different directions, so.
I call for a vote.
Thank you. Okay, what has happened, the vote has been called for. You have your ballots. There are other things to be voted on that ballot, but you should mark your ballot in accordance to what you have for ballot measure 1, whether you vote yes or no, okay? Comment down here.
Well, I was just wondering after what Randy said, if there's not a way that we can raise our dues, but leave the dues at $350, make a restricted funds for road of $250, that's 600 and or whatever, and
that can always be changed. The ballot right now is just set up for the $800, so it's a vote yes or no on that. Okay.
Bill, in that 800, you said it specified what the money's going, right?
They're
just supposed to give you $800.
You did, Jim, I just want you to vote for me just to give me $800. We broke it down into the $250 for the roads, the $50 for the marina fund, and the $350, which was general dues that went on. And there was $150 difference that we put in for, because there's an increase in insurance, taxes have gone up. All of the amenities that we paid for, they're all higher than they were. So we're looking at a $67 a month fee. So at $67 a month, we felt that was fair. So. okay.
You want us to vote, but we still have to vote for board of directors, so the board of directors.
Yeah, that's what I just said. There are more than one line item on the ballot, so I'm asking you just to vote for the first line item. So Dave's gonna get up and talk about resolution 1.
Bill, you'll have to ask, but add the cost of therapy as one of your expenses.
They brought a bullet, so.
All right, moving on here. Resolution 1. Resolution 1. You support a change of venue location for the Three River Landowner Association annual meeting to Central Oregon. Any comments, questions? Wow.
Yeah, Dave, would it be the same month or would we move it to a warmer time of the year?
Right now, we are just looking at the change of venue.
Would it be correct?
Go ahead, Randy.
Would it be correct that the date is not on the board? Exactly what the measure
The date is not on the
is
board.
here and what we're going to vote on after whatever discussion Dave allows.
This is
that
just a
correct?
resolution. Yes,
Do you happen to know what the, like the amount of people that live at Three Rivers as opposed to Portland area, as opposed to Salem? I mean, where's the populations coming?
The majority is, the majority of the people live in the Portland metropolitan Vancouver area. That it extends down to Salem, Albany, but the gist of it's there. There's about 120 to 125 permanent members who live on property of the 690 some properties. So
I wonder how many people are from over Three Rivers are here.
show of hands, how many people from Three Rivers that live there are here? There you go. So there's your people who go over. Okay.
questions?
But I just got a point of clarification. What was the purpose of bringing this resolution to the quorum? Well, there had to be a purpose for this to happen, so I'm just curious of where what generated
Just
this.
brought up by members,
Members,
just association members have brought this to the board.
so anybody that brings up a deal, we can have a resolution. We don't have to have a percentage of people that would ask for something like this, just as a clarification, because if I have something I want to bring up, if I bring it to the board, you have to put it on as a resolution, or is there a certain number that has to be qualified to become a resolution? And if that number is a qualification, how many people did request that, please?
Sure.
Right, the resolution is solely to see with the association of people who apply on the idea. Not something.
Hang on a second.
The Ryan Nobles added that the resolution is solely to see what the association feels like on the idea. Nothing in our bylaws state that we have to have the annual meeting at any specific location.
Yeah, it's just a question. It's just a questionnaire, basically is all it says.
Here, wait till you get to this.
I hate being a pain, but. So 90% of the people. Aren't in the Three Rivers area. Most of them are in the Vancouver, Salem.
Right, they don't know.
Yeah.
Right, they don't know.
It's just questionnaire is all it is.
I mean,
Okay, can you please fill that out on your ballot sheet there, and we'll move on to candidates for directors. Morgan, you want to go first?
Oh, I can.
Is this one working? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go with it.
Hey guys, I'm really not good at this kind of stuff, so just bear with me. My name's Morgan Walsh. I've been on the board for a year now. Been working with Kyle and Meg on the volunteer fund committee for the last year. I am a homeowner, but I am not a permanent resident. I think that's important for the board to have. There are a lot of individuals, like we've heard, who are not permanent residents, but some are. So mixture on the board is great. I've been a landowner since 2020. Me and my family enjoy winter and summer out there, mostly summer. We're boat owners and enjoy the marina, and that's important to me. My wife's family's been going there with the Hawkins family for probably 20 plus years. So we're pretty invested in the community and we love it. So yes vote for me would help continue that bridge between, the non-land or the non-permanent residents and the permanent residents. And like I said, I'm not good at this, I'm sorry. Any questions? All right, thank you for your time, appreciate it.
I know Ed's right out here somewhere. Oh, we'll move to Steve. We'll go to Steve Grenion. Mike right behind you.
thank you. All right. I'm Steve Grenya, spelled Grenya, Grenya. I have been your gatekeeper for this last year, the garbage guy for this last year, and part-time office help. Thank you. Do not blame me for 2.0. Wasn't my idea, wasn't the board's idea. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. Anyway, I'll discuss 2.2 when I actually have that on the agenda to help you out. But anyway, I even after this last 2 hours, I still want to be on the board. To help out, I have thoroughly enjoyed actually helping with the all the landowners like yourselves, getting through the gate and making everything work, meeting everybody. I actually have fun doing that. So my background allows me to fix the mechanical part of the gate and the programming part of the gate. So it falls in my wheelhouse and I enjoy it. So glad to do it. Communications is a big thing for me. So you can use me. I actually have an email, gatekeeper@3rrec.com. When I respond, it might go in your spam. So you don't think, well, he didn't talk to me. I send him an email and he didn't answer it. It's in the spam. That's kind of handy. Gatekeeper@3rrec.com. 3rrec.
All right, any questions?
Your name?
Steve?
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ed Beechek, past member of the board for 6 years, property owner since 1980, 81, something like that. So you all got my resume, almost a resume with the packet that went out. So you kind of know that the business acumen is there. I just think it's important that you know where your board folks, where their direction is, what's their intent, and what's their overall view of where they want to go. What's their mindset and where are they going? So I will tell you that it's important to me is anything that we do has to have a plan. You have to have a plan, you have to have actionable items, they have to make sense. If it doesn't make sense, we don't do it, or we take a look at it a second time. I'm a big fan of the second chance on just about anything. And if it still doesn't make sense, well, we've answered our question. It doesn't make sense, don't do it. Simplify everything as much as possible. Work together as a team. One of the things that's been inherently problem in the past is we just don't have enough time to develop as a team and to come up with solutions that make sense. So that's where my head's at. When I come into Three Rivers, the first thing I see is I see the sign up on the wall, Three Rivers Recreational Area. And for me, it's recreation. I go through the gate and this is my happy place. This is my second home. It's my vacation home. And when I come in here, this is where I put the campfire with my friends, go down to the beach, go use the lake. We've got all these jewels and amenities within Three Rivers that is just absolutely awesome. Any first-time owners, first-time folks that come through here, it's not a tough sell. They love what they see. And all of us that are here part-time, you know, and we're the majority, it's just absolutely wonderful. And it's so much of a happy place that some folks live here full-time because it's such a great place to live and to grow, you know, and to be. So that's kind of where my head's at. Simpler the better. It's got to make sense. We got to have a plan. It's got to be actual. We have to communicate that to everybody every month. And you have to know where are we at on our budget? What have we completed? Where are we going? How much do we have left to go? There has to be some kind of a way to make sense out of everything and keep ourselves, keep our rudder on track. So that's what I'm bringing to the table, the board member. I took a year off. It's been great. I did my 6 years last year. Had a great time learning how to fish the lake. It's been just phenomenal. And now it's time with the batteries recharged to get back again and support y'all. And that's where I'm coming from. So, thank you.
Okay, we'll take call for nominations for directors from the floor.
I'm Daniel Mayer, and I'd like to nominate Bob Blevins.
I'll second that.
Bob, you accept the nomination?
I do.
You want? You want to,
So when down here in the write-in column that you show, then you write Bob, B-O-B, Blevins, B-L-E-V-I-N-S. Esquire or just senior?
Senior.
Okay.
Well, how do we know he's the votes? They'll have to check it.
Yeah, they would have to check.
If you have him write his name down there and write in, then I need a check
Check
to
box.
say that we're actually voting for him.
Okay, so we're gonna write his name and put a check by.
Point of order, Dave, could you get the names of? first and second on the.
We got.
She's got that right.
So Bob, you want to come up and speak or you have the mic?
I have a mic, thank you. My name is Bob Levens. I am a full-time resident of Three Rivers. It is a great place to live. I'm also over the road committee at this time. I've run a couple of times for the board. I think this time is time to step up and contribute. We have a great team on the road committee, who we'll talk about later. But all I ask for is your vote, and I know that we have a good board and I can contribute to it. Thank you.
Any other nominations before for director?
Can you clarify one thing? We're voting for 3 members, and how many members up there now are not going to be on the board? Just
3.
Karen? 3, which 3?
Which 3?
Which 3?
Ryan Nobles will not be on the board. He's not running. Karen's not running. And Morgan's term was up and he is running.
He's running again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll close the nominations for directors. As Karen reminded, when you write Bob's name on the right end, it has to have a check mark that you are voting for him.
Okay, go ahead and continue to fill out your ballot. When you're done, let's pass it to the middle and we'll have Sergeant Barnes take it. Yeah, somebody figure out. I got a question. Yes, Jim. If you don't put the check mark by the name, does it count still or not? Well, that's kind of bullshit, because if you write down Bob Levens, that means Bob Levens. Why do you have to put a check mark by it? Because I did not put a check mark by that. I did not know about that. So I put his name down and it better count.
The front office.
That's all I can say.
There is 3 positions open, so you can vote for 3 people, just to make that clear. Thank you.
Ask you a question. I got those in the.
Okay, let's get that wrapped up. If you need to do a potty break, do that, but we're gonna continue on.
So I told my husband, I think.
I know it seems like it, but the meeting is not over.
Not right. Rhonda, so, John.
To your chagrin. Oh, gosh. Boy,
This is why we should have alcohol during the meeting.
yeah.
So I'm just wondering, I was.
Stupidest thing we ever did.
I wonder how many times. That's why I just made the comment about it.
Oh, hey, all those who had signed up for counting ballots, follow Dave back into the ballot counting. Please.
I know.
Be sure we have. All the ballots collected.
But anyhow, thank you for being.
Okay, we're going to move on to committee reports.
I'll look into it too.
All right. Yeah, getting ready, the girls are breaking. I didn't give the lead. All right.
You do, right? More pallets and all. I gotta take off. Good luck. I gotta take off. I gotta be in Wilsonville at 3. See ya. Let me know when you're. Oh, man.
He's gonna have surgery on it.
Now we get into this. You got any second.
All right, can we get back down to our chairs, please? I hope your butt hasn't fallen asleep. Here we go. All right. Let's make sure that we got people coming back in. What we're going to do now is we're going to go on to our committee reports. The first report that we have will be from our treasurer, Rob Taylor, and he will be explaining the current financials. what I'd like to ask through these committee reports is that the reporter keep it as brief as possible. And that if you have questions, you make them as to the point as we can. And hopefully we can get through this in a real short period of time. Okay, so here's Ron.
Slide, please, Michelle. Oh, never mind, maybe. Okay, so this is the profit and loss as of December 31st, 2024. And apologies if this is gonna be hard to read from the back of the room, but there's a comparison, just so you can kind of see where we ended the year in 24 compared to where we ended the year in 23. So total operating income was 271,024 compared to 316,000 the year prior. So the variance was roughly $45,000. The total common area expenses in 24 was roughly 80,000 compared to 158,000. So that was a positive in 24. Total general administrative expenses were 189,000 compared to 157,000 in 2023. So that was a negative 31,000, give or take. And then total operating expenses was, I can't even read that, sorry. Okay, total operating expenses was 278,000 in 2024 compared to 316,000 in 2023. So again, that's the profit and loss end of year compared to 2023. Next slide. This is the next slide will be the asset snapshot to show you where we're at. I'll verbalize this stuff because that's. Okay, in our Pacific Premier, this is as of March 11th, so 5 days ago. In our Pacific Premier checking account, we have roughly $30,000. In our Umpqua checking, $54,000. In our Firewise money market account, $840. In our Pacific Premier legal money market, $38,000. That'll go down a little bit after today, having Harker look for here. Just kidding. The Pacific Premier garbage money market, $80,000. The Pacific Premier Marina Fund money market, $70,000. And then we have a CD for the marina as well. That's currently at $917,000. The Pacific Premier volunteer checking account is roughly $40,000. And then the volunteer fund money market at roughly $41,000. The road money market account is at $169,000. So that's the current assets that we hold as of March 11th. All right, next slide is going to be a procedural thing that we need to do. Essentially, it's a IRS tax ruling 701-604. Essentially, we as a community have to agree to roll the funds over from 2024 to 2025, any remaining or leftover funds from year to year. So, and do I have to read this whole ruling? No. Okay, all right. Take a note on that. So I just need a motion from the floor agreeing to roll the unused portion of our funds from 2024 to 2025. Meg Cummings, thank you. Is there a second? What's your name, sir?
Mike Geisler.
Mike Geisler, thank you, Mike. Now we call for a vote. All in favor? Oh, sorry. One of, yeah.
So that.
Sorry.
Wait. Good job, Sam.
Sorry, Corey McMahon, that $900,000 CD, is that with one bank?
Yes.
And that's not covered by FDIC at that limit. And I don't know the strength of that bank. It's a community bank, I believe.
No, actually, Premier Bank has got a contract, well, that's not a contract, that's not the correct word. They are able to.
Broker that out.
Funds.
Okay.
And they balance it out over
Okay.
funds within there, so we're insured, FDIC insured.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion points? Okay, so we're voting right now. All in favor? All opposed? All right, so we're good. Okay, any questions related to the financials presented? Yes.
Which fund?
Wait, I'm sorry, wait.
Jason, I'm just curious, which funds are actually dedicated, so you can't touch them, like the Marina Fund, you can't touch, right? Which ones are locked up unless we use it on like the Marina Fund? And which ones are just open to use parts of it, pieces of it, dedicated? Because we, dedicated funds versus non-dedicated funds.
Well, we have the road fund that we have to use for roads.
Is it dedicated?
Yes.
Says dedicated fund for roads only.
Yep.
Can't be used for anything else.
Correct, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
And
More.
Marina fund,
dedicated.
dedicated, yeah. Volunteer fund,
Volunteer fund,
yep, dedicated to volunteer
the
activity.
volunteer group.
Yeah.
Okay. What else?
Meg, you popped up. Did you have something you want to add or?
I just wanted to clarify, volunteer fundraising committee. So all of that money goes, and you'll hear from Kyle Thompson in a little bit.
You'll hear from Kyle Thompson and he'll talk about what we've been able to accomplish in 2025 and, or 2024 and what we have going for 2025. But all that money is now restricted, only to be used for additions to Three Rivers that's not covered by our regular dues. So we handle that Easter egg hunt, we handle bingo, we handle the Labor Day games, we handle the gate to the lake. So, yes.
Thank you. To continue to answer any question, Firewise Fund is also a protected fund. Legal fund as well, and garbage.
What do we have in the legal fund right now?
$38,437 in the legal account.
Have we paid off the attorneys?
Well,
Last year, we had a lawsuit that was going and there was still a lot of money owed to an attorney. I'm just asking where we're at.
oh yeah, we don't have a balance with the attorneys.
So you bring us no numbers on,
We don't owe the attorney.
So we receive invoices from the attorneys and then we pay them. As they come in, and as of this point, we don't have any balances owed to any attorneys.
who are our attorneys right now?
Parker Lepore
The one that's here.
is our.
Okay.
Yeah. Am I missing?
Nothing else with the funds?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and all financials are in the packet if you need them. Yeah, I read it.
Hi, you used terminology about the garbage fund. You said it was you didn't use the term a protected fund or what was the terminology?
Restricted fund.
Restricted fund. So is that a restricted fund in the same sense that when we have a special assessment, like for the roads like we had in the past, is that the same kind of fund? I mean, is there a certain amount of obligation somehow created that certain money has to go in there? Or is it it's a restricted fund because it kind of funds itself like we pay with the garbage? So that kind of encapsulates it as a thing,
But that's a little different than a restricted fund that gets created by a special assessment? Would that be correct?
Yeah, your argument, it's by purpose, the fund is created, whatever restricted fund is created for a purpose. The restricted fund of any particular fund that we have is created for a purpose. Okay, whether it's the legal fund or whatever, how they are funded is different. But they are still a restricted fund. So we have, like, the legal fund had an assessment that we did. The garbage fund or the volunteer fundraising, they create their own monies. They go into something that is not the general fund. They go into a fund that they can spend. In this particular case, Penny Lippold has, for as long as I think I've been alive, and I think she's only 40, so whatever. But she wants a updated garbage collection area up in the front. Yeah, something that's not intrusive, does what it does. That money was always put aside to build that unit, and that design has been there, but that's what the money's there for.
Okay, and I would have another question for Rob. Whatever the restricted funds we have, is that clearly indicated in our budget? So like when you produce a budget for this meeting, that we can tell that easily?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's, at the end of the budget, there should be all the.
Right.
Individual restricted.
Okay, and then the last question is, we have is the fund that we spent 63,000 out of for Meadows and what follows? Was that a restricted fund that was created by an assessment to, which I believe originally was offered to finish settling the Sparks Road matter and possibly the Anderson addition and the Rabine addition as far as legal costs? Is that a restricted fund for that purpose? Because monies were spent out of that fund that were not spent for that purpose. And for me, it's a huge question. Because if money was used for Meadows and it belonged to a restricted fund for another purpose, there's a real problem.
Okay, what you have, Randy, is that was a legal assessment that we put together that was paid to, that went into a restricted fund for legal items. Now, that included, as you said, the Spencer property. It included what we had to do with the DeMonte property. It had to do with the Rabine acquisition. All of those things were falling under the legal.
So are you saying that the way it was presented generally for council and not for specific council purposes?
It was for those pending legal issues at the time, and those are the pending legal issues that we had. So there is a fund that's sitting there. Now, we have legal obligations that have come up with matters. For example, the Francis matter. Okay, that's now come up again. We can't take out of that particular fund. We have to go to the general fund to pay those obligations.
Okay, yeah, because the question, I guess, in my mind was that, monies were spent, and was that what was intended when we agreed to pay the special assessment that created the fund for?
Right, it was designed for land acquisitions, and that's what it went for, was for those.
Okay, but the Meadows thing is something completely different.
No,
I mean, the Francis matter.
The Francis matter. Yeah, that particular item, that was taken up last year, and that was covered. But it's still pending. That money didn't come out of that legal assessment. It came out of the general fund.
Okay, I need to identify the specific line, but I thought it was from that fund we're speaking of that said we spent $66,000 for the Francis matter, and it appears that it came out of that restricted fund, unless I'm wrong.
Well, what we'll do is we'll apply to Fieldstone and make sure that you get that explanation on there.
How about you apply it, they give me the money?
Good luck with that.
That's what I thought.
I think there was another hand up over here somewhere, maybe, or, yep.
Two things on the way.
There were two things to vote on up there, and we only really voted on the rollover of the unused. So the first one to accept the year-end financials was just brought up over here.
Got it, thank you. Okay. Can I get a motion to accept the 2024 year-end financials as presented? Randy Geisler. Thank you, Randy. Can I get a second? Bob Levens, seconded. Thank you. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right. Motion passes. Okay, any other questions? Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
So the rollover thing's coming up. We haven't done that. Oh, we already did it?
Yeah.
I did it.
Yeah.
My bad. Okay, thanks, Rob. We're moving on to the front office. Actually, Dave Towery is the board director who is handling the office. He's in counting votes. So we're going to have a better person take care of that, which is Michelle Patton, who does a much better job than Dave does.
No. Give me grace because I'm just the messenger here. So a couple of things that Dave wanted to make sure, we already spoke about the transition from Fieldstone over to not Fieldstone. So we are aligning some of the tasks within the office to do that now. There's a lot more work to be done, but we are trying to mirror some of the things that they're doing. The computer and office systems are struggling. The computers have not been updated in a very, very long time. Printers just went down, right before this actually went down. And we had somebody donate a printer that will get them through for a little while, but they are definitely needing some upgrades. And then just fair wages. You all know inflation has been rough and wages keep going up and the offices not going up. They're getting Jefferson County minimum wage, which is tiny. So those are just some of the concerns that they wanted to make sure that we're just keeping in our mind as we go forward. I know we already voted on the budget. We're not going to rehash that again, but that is some of the things that are affecting that too, is that we have to get the office up and running to be successful, to be able to take over from Fieldstone. So we got to figure out where that money is going to come from. We got to figure out how that's going to look. But hopefully you guys are seeing some changes in the office. You're going to see them be more involved and out in having conversations with you. The signboard up front, the ad boards, all that kind of stuff, they'll start talking about a little bit more. Part of this kind of rolls into communications too, which I have my update coming in a bit. But just you'll see that come out through the office too. You're going to see them more engaged, more bringing information out to everyone.
All right, that's the update for the office. Thank you. Now we go to recycling and garbage. Steve, you ready? Want to do both? Yep, I'd like you to do both.
Steve Grenier back again as the garbage man first. So I wanted to hit on Randy's question. The garbage fund is a restricted fund. It's funded by us paying garbage. So it doesn't come out of a general fund whatsoever. What's the fund for? Why are we building up money? We have a new president. I'm going to mess up these last names. Jim Forcor. What is it? 4K? 4K. Is he here? There you are. Hey, Jim. He's the president of the fire department's board and very helpful guy, I tell you. And then we have Steve Offaditz. Okay, where is he? Okay, anyway, he's a member of Three Rivers, property owner. So that's great to be on our board. So that money, back when Penny was running it, wanted to make a recycle center, establish a better spot up there in the front corner. With Jim's help, we're hoping to get extra property to be able to do that. Move those cans back, beautify them, get some more parking space, cover it, just modernize the system and make it look better. So that's where that money's going, and it's strictly coming from us paying for our garbage, which is a heck of a deal for garbage. I mean, really, I don't know how much you guys spend, but I used to spend almost $100 for garbage when I lived in town. I pay like $25, $5 a week. So it's a deal and we still make some money. So any questions on garbage? I know it's a trashy job. Huh? All right. So,
Okay,
I got permission. Bill doesn't like me to talk a lot, but I got permission to talk about the gate.
not yet.
Not yet. Never mind. All done until the gate comes back up.
I like to refer to Steve. If I want to know, I ask him in 25 words or less, can you tell me what time it is? So that's what I have to do. Okay, so we're gonna go to Firewise, and I got to tell you that Shannon, she was ready for this, right?
Not really.
So she comes up to me and goes, do I have to stand up and talk? So this is gonna be good, guys. Hang on, here she is, right over here. Shannon Hoffman.
Yeah, thanks for that. So for those of you that don't know, I took over the Firewise Committee from Penny Lippold, who did a ton of work to get the community where it needed to be in terms of working with the NFPA to achieve Firewise status for our community. So that is a big deal. It shows that we as a community are working with you as residents to help educate you and to help you with remediation work on your property and in the common areas. And so I'm happy to say that last year we did achieve Firewise status again. So that is a great achievement for our community. The other piece of that is, so I've been doing this now for 12 months. I met with Lake Chinook Fire and Rescue, Levi Horn and Don Colfels to go over some projects and some work for our community. The fire department received a large grant to be able to do some work in our community and in other areas that they monitor. There are 4 projects that I took to the board and the board approved, and I'm going to talk to you about those. The first is Hunter's Loop. The second is D Lane. The third is Little Canyon, and the fourth is Upper Canyon. So I took those projects, and what that is when I talk about that, the D Lane and Hunter Loop and Upper Canyon, that's doing work in the common area, from the road. So it's a right of way from the center of road, and it's limbing up the trees along the roadway to help prevent fires from sparks and all of that from on the road. The bigger project is Little Canyon. When you go up to airport, there's that area down there, Little Canyon. I think Levi went and flagged it all off. That's common area. They're going to, I don't know if they've started yet or not. Somebody here could probably tell me, but they're gonna make sure that that's all cleaned up, and they're gonna do a flash burn to get rid of all that underbrush and all of that brush that has built up in Little Canyon. And then the 5th project that they're working on, it's with a private homeowner on Dynamite. There's this area that a private homeowner worked with Lake Chinook Fire and Rescue to do remediation work on his property, and that work is being done. That's on private property, so the board didn't necessarily have to approve that. And then all of this brush goes to the pit, and the pit we've had burned several times, and sometimes it's done as part of the project, and sometimes, a lot of times, it's done through volunteer work. And so I want to give a special thanks to, and if I forgot somebody, I'm sorry, I'm going to blame Mike Patton for that, because he's the one that's giving me the names. Mike Patton, Sam Walker, Dewey Beckenstaw, Dave Hines, and Levi Horn from the fire department has also helped with the burn. So there's that. And then the other thing is Firewise status is because of you all reporting your work to the committee, the number of hours of work that you do on your property, limbing up trees, spreading gravel, getting rid of your weeds, all of that counts as work to go towards the hours to help us get that Firewise status for our community.
There's flyers on the back. There's a QR code. If you scan that, it'll take you right to the link to be able to report your hours. Meg's holding them up in the back. So any work that you do to remediate your property, please take the time to get your hours submitted. And if you have any questions about anything Firewise related, there's an email, 3riversfirewise@gmail.com. We'll get back with you as soon as we get your message. And that's it.
Thank you.
I do want to say Shannon has a very big pair of shoes to fill with all the work that Penny did, and she's doing a fantastic job. She's filled them admirably. So great job. Thank you. Now we have our report on roads. So Bob, it's your turn. Jump up, find a microphone.
Thank you. As I said earlier, my name's Bob Levens. I'm over the road committee. Last year, we were left kind of a stale. So what we did, I had marked out 27 places on Upper Canyon, Airfield, and a couple other spots to be patched. Well, by the time got around to doing it, it was too late in the season. So I talked to Stephen with High Desert Aggregate. He gave us a price on chip sealing, Upper Canyon, and Airfield, which is a little over 7 miles worth of road. They will patch what we were originally going to patch. The price is $314,000. Seems like a lot when you think about it, but I had 27 places I was going to have patched. That was $96,000. So we can take that $140,000 that's still left in the kitty. Hopefully we'll get the road assessment. This year we can do Upper Canyon and Airfield and part of a couple other places. Well, Lakeview will be one of them. Coming down the canyon is the only other place there. Now, this year I've been asked to get a price on striping Lakeview, put a yellow stripe down it. Did that. There was 14 different stop sign white marks that they wanted in, the crosswalks at the marina, and the dividing things on the boat ramps. The estimate came in to $4,100. That still has to be approved by the board. As of right now, we have some great people that are helping. I'd like to, Jake, are you here? Jake is one of them that's on the road committee. He's also one of our plow truck drivers. Mike McAdams, I don't think came today. He's also one. He's a standby on the road plow driver. David Towery, he's also one of our plow truck drivers. Sam, there you are. He's one of our plow truck drivers. So we're doing good. We did 57 potholes last year, thanks to Greg Wynn. I don't know if he's here, but he supplied us with the coal patch. He sent one of his own dump trucks from Portland full of coal patch and didn't charge the association a dime. So that allowed us to, that allowed us to do a lot of potholes on Upper Canyon and Lakeview. Now, if you've been up on Lakeview lately, it's falling apart. Terribly, yes. Yeah, all the way around. This year, we have a price to rent our own crack sealing machine. There's a place in Redmond that rents the machine. It's $1,800 a week, $2,700 for a pallet of the tar for the crack seals. So hopefully this year we'll do that also. That should save the HOA over $70,000 if we do it ourselves. So hopefully, thanks to the committee, we've got a bunch of great volunteers and hopefully they'll don't burn out on us and keep going. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mark. Okay, so now we're gonna come back to Michelle and she'll give us a report on communications.
And hi again. I promise I'll make it quick. There's been a lot going on. You all know that, right? We had to switch over to a new primary website. So we switched over the 3rrec.com, went over from the prior site that basically the site just failed and went down on us. I don't know, unintentionally, I guess it was like a week after the last board meeting. And so we had to quickly scramble to find a new site. So Ryan Nobles was charged with that. He found the HOA Start site, which is what we are now using. The benefit of the HOA Start site, if you remember back when I was talking about the office and getting away from Fieldstone, the HOA Start site actually has a functionality to be able to track our financials in a limited motion, but it does have the ability, it has ability to run reports out of it, give us some real time tracking. So a lot of people worked tirelessly to get all of our information in there, to get landowners updated, sent out emails to make sure that you all were registered and connected. And then we added PropTIA, right? Which Steve is gonna fully immerse himself in that conversation here in a bit, but we had to kind of bring them in together simultaneously and get those systems up and running. So there was a team that worked a lot of hours. Mary Graff has been hugely instrumental in that. If you don't know who she is, please, the next time you hear her name or see her, introduce yourself. She's worked so much to get us documents so that operational procedures are documented in the office. So as new staff come in, they can be trained. She's answered questions at all hours about things that have gone wrong or helped people get access and so on and so forth. So she's been really great. We also then were charged with moving our newsletter off of printed, just purely for the cost. So we're saving about $1,800 in not sending out printed newsletters. If you still like the old printed kind, you can pick them up in the office whenever we do them. They're moved, we're doing them quarterly. They're put on that 3Rec site in a news feed, and Jess Mayer, who is taking that and patiently working with us for that as well. So if you have questions about that, please do point them over that way. We also have a couple other people. Obviously, Ryan was our board person. We'll see how that shakes out today, who will be the new board of directors person that will help with communications. But we also have Kyle Thompson, who sits in. I think he's more so that he keeps us on track because we need that in those meetings. We kind of go all over the place. If I missed somebody, Stacy Whitfield also sits in on those to help us out with communications. So what you're seeing is, or what we're trying to do is more communication via email. So the HOA Start allows us to communicate to all landowners via email and text if we choose to start that. We're also seeing it in Facebook. So for those of you that have Facebook, there's 2 different pages and that usually causes concern. There's a 3 Rivers Landowner Association page that is our logo. That is the 3 Rivers Landowner Association owned page. So nothing goes out on that page that is, I have this for sale, I have that for sale. We'll do lost dogs, lost kids. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Lost dogs, things like that. But what we won't do is properties you have for sale, advertisements for businesses, things like that. So that is for association information only. So you'll see that, we might put out volunteers if you need volunteers for something. Meg's been asking for a lot of, we need volunteers to paint tables, we need volunteers at bingo, that kind of thing. You'll see that go out, or if we need it at the front gate, if the 3R watch group needs it. So that is that page. Then there's another one that's called 3 Rivers Residents. That one is an independently managed group. Stacy Whitfield had started that group. It's gotten pretty big now. That's for all that other stuff that you want to post. We dual post a lot of times. She'll pick it up from the 3 Rivers page and bring it over to the landowners, or she'll pick it up from the landowners page and bring it over to the residents page, but that's so that we make sure that everybody's seeing it. But that residents page is really about making sure that you can post things on there about things that you have for sale, boats, things you have at your house that you're selling, whatever that might be. So really trying to get the communications out there. we've gotten mixed. We've gotten a lot of people saying it's really great that we're hearing what's going on. And then we had a couple people say, yeah, but we don't want to hear the bad stuff. And I'm like, well, you kind of get both. You don't get to pick good for bad. I don't want to hear the bad stuff because this is my vacation place and I just think of it as my happy place and I only want to hear the happy news. And I'm like, well, then scroll. So there's where we are. If you ever have any questions about it, if you haven't gotten access into 3rrec.com site, please send an email over to us or call the front office. They can help you get into that site to make sure that you're connected. It's really important that you're connected there and that you're connected in that Proptia thing that Steve is going to talk to you about, because they work together and we have to make sure we have information in those. So thank you.
Okay, now we have from Architectural Committee. I haven't seen Teresa yet. Teresa, are you here? Is she here?
Yeah, he was earlier.
She was, okay.
Is she counting ballots?
Okay, Tom, do you want to give her, a report or you want to go find out if she's in there? Just go see if she's in there. What I can do is I'll do an insurance report real quick because our insurance rates are going up. We had one claim against our insurance policy this year, so that will have an effect, but I don't see it being as critical. We're still going to be, it's still expensive to insure up there. In relationship to that, please be sure to check your fire insurance. There was an item that everybody received, and I had Joe Parrott put together an explanation about what happened and how it should not affect your insurance. Just be sure to watch what you have. I think if you have questions about it, I hate to turn Joe onto it, but he knows more about the fire going on than anybody I know. So he's the one who's going to be able to answer our questions. So insurance wise, the association is fully insured. All the buildings are covered. Everything's brought up to date. Rates are going to go up a little bit, but that's to be expected. The other thing that I wanted to touch on was governing docs. There is still a governing document issue, which is updating the CC&Rs. That is something, again, that the entire association has to vote on. Everybody has to vote yes or no. We have to have 75% of the members vote on it in order for it to either pass or fail. Excuse me. There are changes that have come along to that. So this year there will be another attempt to get that out, and that will be mailed out. That's not something we will vote on here at the annual meeting. So did we find Teresa? Okay. Do we have a report on architectural of any kind? Okay, so is Karen going to come out and talk about security? Okay. All right, are there, so, yes, Randy, point of order, or point of something, make a
Point of
point.
something.
Yeah, make a point.
Well, on the
Randy Geisler, on the, what you just mentioned about docs committee.
Yeah,
Will the docs committee be holding another session of anything presented for further comment, or is that not even in the agenda?
no, that's the issue is that there are four specific issues that have been brought up, and those need to be, and so as the committee, we thought it best to just send it back out, and then we'll have some open forum meetings.
Okay, so when you say send it back out, you're not sending it out for a vote, you're sending it out for another open
Yeah,
forum
we
in the
have to
process.
send it out for people.
Okay, that's,
There is too much. I mean,
yeah, I get that.
yeah, it's one of those.
But
things.
I didn't create that problem, Bill.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Karen is here and she's going to report on three things. She has rules and regs. So actually, she only two. I just did governing docs. So you got rules and regs and security. Okay? Okay.
So would Stephanie Walker come up, please?
She's not here.
No, she's not in the back county.
She's left.
Oh, okay.
She left the building.
Okay. So last year, in May, the board approved the 3R watch group. And the basis, there she is, Stephanie. Do you want to come up?
No.
Okay. She's checking, making sure. So the mission of this committee is educational only, and it will have no authority. The committee will be a network of neighbors working together to encourage a positive community, respect for each other's property, environment, and the Three Rivers Landowners Association. Committee members may submit complaint forms to the Rules and Regulations Committee to act upon if deemed necessary. So that is the rule, the motion that was made and passed to put together our 3R watch group. And Steph, I'm sorry, I'm going to call on you. You made a great comment in the other room about kind of the gist of what it stands for. Do you want to?
Well, our group.
Hey.
I did not eat one of this. That's behind you. There you go.
Yeah.
And now you have to have it. You
Mike.
have to take the right in. Can you hear me?
No. Really?
Hello. Go through the board. Okay, Stephanie Walker. So when we get together for these meetings, and we try to do it monthly because we want to be organized, because like Ed on BCheck said, you guys will come up here because it's your happy place. Well, that's why we moved up there, because we lived here in Milwaukee, which is a great town to raise your kids, but now we're up there and it's our happy place all the time. So we're not there to shame on people, but we want to encourage that we're all in our happy place. So there are times that we might all observe something going wrong. We got to empower ourselves some way to encourage our community to keep it our happy place. So that's why we became Three Rivers Watch, to observe, maybe educate. You don't even have to educate, but if you really feel things are done, what are we doing? Not following the bylaws or rules, that then we report. There is no shaming anyone. I don't believe in shaming anyone, but other than my spouse, but there you go. So that's it.
Thanks, Stephanie. She's done a great job of putting this together. So just a little bit of what they're looking for is like they have on Friday night of three major weekends, they do the gate. They greet people, they make sure there's houses on. So they're really looking for volunteers to just come help those kind of things. They talked about doing a cert training, exploring certification options for Three Rivers to assist with fire excavations. Collaboration with the fire department for training and guidance is sought. CPR defib class, they talked about that. Organizing a training session, having them in certain spots, pickleball area and beach area. So the other part they have done over the last 3 major weekends we had was it kind of like help security, be an eyes and ears for security. Unfortunately, I just got an email this last week that said the company that we've used for the last, I don't know how long, many years, is no longer able to do our security. So I have more requests for proposals out to 3 or 4 different companies in the Central Oregon area, seeing if I can find security like we have had before to patrol the roads and just be available. I don't know what I'm gonna get. We did get our budget cut by half. So that limits the number of hours that we can have security on our weekends. So anyhow, that's kind of the gist of it for security and rules and regs. If you have a broken rule, go into HOA start Michelle, right through HOA Start, or www.3rrrec.com. That puts you in and you can report a violation right through that.
Right on the main page.
Perfect. Okay, any questions? Perfect, thank you.
Okay, that pretty well takes care of our committee reports. We do have some updates on some issues that have come up, the three issues that we were talking about. What?
Kyle, volunteer.
Who, what? Oh, did we miss him? Oh, my God. Kyle? Meg, I'm sorry. Meg, no, I know I missed Kyle, but you'll be the one that brings it to my attention for the next 5 years. So, yeah. Kyle, you're on.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so I'm gonna go through what the objective of the committee is, how much money we raised last year, where we spent that money, how much money we think we're gonna raise this year, and where we're gonna plan to spend. But I have a couple announcements that Meg asked that I talk about today. So I'm the co-chair. Meg has been the chairman for a while. She needed some help. She asked me, and I said I would help her. So for the last less than a year, I've been involved working with Meg on this. So the announcements are, this Wednesday, we're having our first can sort of the year. We need lots of volunteers. If you happen to be on property, you could do can sort. Love to see you down there at 10 o'clock at the event center. The volunteer group is also looking for volunteers. We got 15 new picnic tables this year. We need to stain them. These will be down at the beach and at the rec hall. So we're looking for volunteers that could help stain some picnic tables. The annual beach cleanup is April 5th. We'd love to have people come down and help clean up the beach. The Easter egg hunt for the kids. So historically, it's always been on a Sunday. Last year, we started doing it on a Saturday. So that's on the 19th. So we will have a big Easter turnout. It's a great time. If those who haven't been, my wife and I didn't used to do that. We moved to Three Rivers full time about 6 years ago. We've owned property for about 25 years, and it's an absolute blast to see all the kids there. And lastly, bingo, we need some help for the bingo kitchen. We do burgers and some other food down there on the big weekend, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day. We need some help. So anybody that's interested in helping with that, please go talk to Meg. We'd be happy to take your help. So the volunteer fundraising committee. So what do we do? What are we all about? So we raise money and we take those funds and we put them right back into the community. So it's that money that we raised that built the event center, the docks along the beach, the golf course. Those are the types of projects that we fund. These are things that are outside of our general operating budget, but are still things that are really kind of cool for our community. So if you go to the next slide. Last year, we raised about $32,000. About 50%, just under 50% of that is from county cans, beer cans, Coke cans, water bottles, that type of thing. About 21% came from donations. And then we do about 26% comes from bingo. So I've had a lot of people that said, hey, I'm not there to count cans. When we come up there, it's just my happy time. We just want to play on the beach, go on the boat. I understand that. I've been that way for most of my career. I've gone to one can sort in my career since I got involved in this committee, but there's other ways to contribute. We take cash, we take credit cards, and we take checks. Inside the office at the front gate, there's a place to make a donation. $5, $1, $10, $100, whatever. If you don't have time, would like to communicate or contribute, we'd be happy to take your money. So last year, from the next slide, we spent about $30,000 last year. 39% of that was on a big upgrade of our golf course and disc course. That's a really fun activity if you had never been down there. We also spent about $7,000 improving our docks on our, around the swim area. A big problem we had is when big boats tie up to that dock, it breaks them, takes a lot of maintenance. And then we also, we fund bingo, we fund East Labor Day games, we fund, what's the other thing we fund? We do all the event center, all the maintenance on that, the diesel, the propane, the water, those are all things. So we spend about $30,000 against bringing in about 32,000. This next year, we don't expect a big increase on the income side. We're hoping that we could raise a little bit more money on donations. So people that we're trying to make it easier, we're going to take credit cards down at the event center and the rec hall. So we plan to make about $35,000. But I'm excited that for the projects, next slide, we're gonna do some cool things this year. So again, we got 15 new picnic tables. We're gonna be putting in a new water cistern down at the event center and doing some acoustics improvements down there so we could hold board meetings actually at the event center. We're gonna be doing funding AEDs at the event center. We had a volunteer that provided an AED at the office, and we're going to put one down at the beach, probably in the store. If we could save one life, that's great. And then we're also going to be doing a Wi-Fi beach project. We're going to actually have Wi-Fi in the swim area and the boat launch area. So people can, it's an area that's, cell phones don't work very well. And so you'll be able to have free Wi-Fi, from the volunteer fundraising committee. So anyway, that's what we're planning on doing this year.
Thank you. Did we have anything on? Okay, so now Kyle, I apologize. The reason that I looked it over is you're the first one up on this. So we have 3 topics that we were going to discuss to give you updated information on. One is the marina. The other are the bridge repairs that are coming up. And the last is the gate system, the changes that are coming. So Kyle is here to help us update us on the marina and the marina funds.
Sure. So you can go ahead and hit the next slide. So the marina is for sale. It's been for sale for about 8 months. The board asked for a group of people to look at that, asked me to lead that effort. I put together a task force at B-Check. Kevin Spencer and a whole host of other folks have been advising me on kind of what things that we need to look at and what's the direction we want to go. So just give everybody a lay of the land when you're talking about the marina, when you're coming down Lakeview Drive, and you take a left into the parking lot where the marina is, where the parking lot is, the boat docks are, and the store is, where that bullseye is, that's the property that's for sale, the Lawrence Stills family owns. There's a second piece of property, number 2 there, that is actually owned by Three Rivers. In the upper part of that, we put in an overflow parking where the trees are now, those are gone. And there's a parking lot above, and then there's an overflow parking below. And then that goes all the way down to the water. And then that third section is owned by Gary Pop. That's where they do the houseboats. So when they talk about the marina that's for sale, it's just that one section, which is the store, the boat docks, and the gas dock. So there's a fourth piece of property that the association in 2004 acquired, which is all the underwater rights around that area. It goes all the way down to the BLM beach to the east and all the way to the Anderson property to the west. And that happened in 2004. And then I got a lot of questions on, well, what about our boat docks? What about our beach? Three Rivers owns all that. Nothing's going to change. So we got our docks, our beach, our rec hall. That's Three Rivers property. So nothing to do with this next section. So where did we start? So at this meeting in 1997, 28 years ago, there was a $50 assessment for every single property owner. I've got some questions about, well, why don't we just, sell more land to raise money for the marina? And that's not where, we have about $1 million in our marina fund right now. That $1 million came from that $50 assessment per property for the last 28 years. The marina has always been a strategic item for this community. We've always, I've talked to a lot of people. I've been here for 25 years. There's been, a lot of folks that I talked to that have been here much longer. There's always been a succession plan about that marina, and Three Rivers would eventually take that over and acquire it from the Stills family. We've had a couple attempts at it and how it hasn't worked yet, and then in June, the board heard from Lauren that, hey, he's going to sell the property. They put together a task force. And again, I accepted to lead this group, and we've been looking at it. And from a task force, the objective is really, how do we make sure that marina is always a marina for this community? How do we preserve that marina for Three Rivers? It's not, how do we buy it? That's one way to preserve it, but our objective is to preserve that marina for Three Rivers. All right, so where are we? So the marina is for sale for $7 million. And we got $1 million. And there are 291 slips, of which about 275 are actually rentable slips. The others are, kind of for the gas dock, and some are saved for the marina itself. The price this year went up about $100, depending on what size boat you have. So my family pays almost $1,000 a year, I think, this year. Occupancy rates are about 100%. There are people trying to get slips in this community that can't get any slips. So where do we go? What options do we have? So at $7 million, this thing doesn't pencil for our community. It just doesn't. We've looked at this for 8 months now. So we could do 3 things, I think. One is we do nothing. We sit back and we say, Lauren, love you. You're a great, neighbor. Your dad had a great vision. And we just can't afford it, and we walk away. I think that's really risky to do nothing. We somehow try to buy it with some other investors and take on the debt. And I also think is financially irresponsible. The third option, we actually think have some legs. This is what I call a marina rights agreement, a rights agreement between Three Rivers and the Stills family that allows us to proactively define what that marina will be in the future. So, again, what does this look like? This is, we sit down with Lauren and we say, what do you want this marina to look like, the next generation or even 10 years from now? And we've been working, and Ed's been really a key part of this, working directly with Lauren almost weekly, where we say, Lauren, what do you want this to be? And he said, and this is a conversation I had with him. He says, Kyle, I always want that marina to be a marina for Three Rivers. My wife wants that marina to be a marina for Three Rivers. And I said, can I share that at the meeting? He said, yes, but we don't have a deal yet, right? So in this case, the Stills family would still remain the owners of the marina. The operation and maintenance would stay the same as it is now, which, Lance runs the marina. And then when Lauren finds a buyer, it's already predetermined that marina is going to look like down the road. So the next steps. So we're aligned with Lauren currently at a high level. We do not have a deal done yet. There's value to an agreement like this for Lauren, and there's value to an agreement like this for Three Rivers. And we need some more time. Lauren's going to be back He goes down to the desert, or he's certainly down in the desert now. He'll be back April 1st, and we're going to sit down with him. We're going to try to work this out. Once we have something on paper that we could work out, we're going to come to the membership. We have, like I said, almost $1 million in that fund. Nothing can be done with that money without a vote from everybody here. So that's where we're at. I think it's a good path forward, and you know, we need some more time to get this figured out, but I think we're going on the right path. Yeah.
Tori McVeigh, has there been any discussion in using that $1 million now and buying 14% ownership in that $7 million purchase price? That way it'd protect us down the road if you did want to sell it. Using our $1 million now, investing that, buying 14% of the marina from Lauren and being a 14% owner. 1 million divided by 7 is 14.
Yeah, so one of the things we have looked at is a partnership agreement where, you know, we buy it ourselves. We buy it with a number of third-party investors. Lauren has expressed some interest in potentially being a third-party investor. But at the end of the day, at $7 million, I mean, it just doesn't.
Yeah, I'm saying take the $7 million off the table using our $1 million to be an investor.
Yeah, I mean, what we have is $1 million that we could use to negotiate a deal that I'm not sure it completely makes sense for us to own a marina or operate a marina. But what is important is that marina is there for our community forever.
Yeah, no, I agree. We're not marina operators, but it would protect us to make sure we do have a marina.
Our goal is to keep that marina there. We're going to use that money that we have in there to negotiate a deal that keeps that marina there for us forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, John Hogerson. I've rented a slot now with my wife for quite a few years. Our rates went up about $300 from what I got on the bill. So I called Silas and I was looking for some guarantees on what the state of the dock's going to be, because in my opinion, it's in horrible shape. We got locked out of our spot last year. The booms came loose, kind of in disarray, and I just want some guarantees or some answers of, is it going to improve to pay that much more of a premium? You know, is Lauren going to let it go in disarray? And maybe as all of us that do rent slots, do we have any leverage to get it in better condition to make it attractive to keep renting?
Well, yeah, so you're not the first that have mentioned that the maintenance of our marina might need some work. But we don't own the marina today. If we were to own the marina, you know, we would still have to have a maintenance and operations plan, which you know, just to pay the debt, monthly debt. I mean, if you could do the math, I'm sure, you know, Jack probably has really quickly on a six, you know, we got $1 million, we got a $6 million loan just to pay the note on that over 30 years. Right. So, I mean, you're right. I mean, the docks need maintenance and we don't own it. You have a right to rent a slip and you have a right to say, you know, they're not to my standards. And, you know, one of the things that I would like to do in agreement is to have some basic understandings of what minimum standards are for maintenance. I mean, the docks, you know, I've gotten slivers, my kids have gotten slivers, my wife has gotten slivers. Yeah, there's no doubt that they need some help. I can't guarantee you that, I mean, Three Rivers is not responsible for it. This is Lauren owns the marina. We're just a customer. And we certainly try to do everything we can to make sure that there's some maintenance language in an agreement that is to our benefit.
At this time, we're kind of free to talk to Silas and Lauren individually, or is there have anybody that's the main voice for all of us. You talking to him?
Yeah.
Right there. That's the main-
Yeah, I guess that would be, yeah. So I guess that's something I signed up for. I'm happy to be a voice for Three Rivers on this. I talked to I consider them friends. I consider them family to Three Rivers. I think that there has been some, my take is that there's been some bad blood between, I don't know if bad blood's the right word, but we've tried to buy this thing a couple times, and we as a community and the Stills family, it didn't work out. And I think that there's not a lot of trust in the communication between Lauren and Three Rivers in general. The task force is trying to change that. And we've had really good conversations with Lauren, and I think he wants to work with us. Maintenance is a big deal. We got to figure that out. It's also expensive, right? I mean, people are complaining that the rents went up, but at the same time, they want the docks fixed. At the same time, the boom has broke. At the same time, dock 1 slid out, so there's a lot that goes on to running a marina. And
that's big. We're gonna go up. I mean, that's guaranteed that it's gonna be that big. No, we don't.
no, we do. So just to be clear, Three Rivers has nothing to do with the marina. Three Rivers, I think everybody's property value, whether you have a boat or not, whether you have a slip or not, is more valuable because we have a marina there. And of course, we want the marina to be in better shape. It's a dollars and cents thing. I mean, unfortunately, you give up your slip. There's probably 50 people waiting to get yours, and that's just the way it is. Yeah, I mean, I would just. I'm happy to, if, come talk to me, give me a call, meet me afterwards. I'm happy to be the voice of Three Rivers to Lance and try to have some common understanding of basic maintenance. I'm happy to do that. But I just from Three Rivers doesn't own it right now. We're just the customer. I'm just like you. I just happen to have yeah.
Have you had to praise?
We have, no, we have not spent the money to go through an appraisal process. I mean, it doesn't, it costs a lot of money to go have an appraisal, and we don't, our intention is really a shift from buying the early conversations of how do we buy this thing? And if that's the case, we'd certainly want an appraisal. But our strategy has shifted. We don't want to buy it. We want to maintain it. We'll let somebody else maintain it. We'll let somebody else run it. We just want to be a customer, and we'll be a good customer.
Have you done anything about checking on insurance? Like if we try to buy it or do anything, have you done anything about our liability on insurance or anything?
Again,
fuel spills or injuries?
Yeah. So on a purchase strategy, we certainly need to understand the insurance. Our strategy has shifted from buying the marina to preserving the marina. We do not want to buy the marina. We want to preserve it. Yeah.
How do our funds then translate to that with the $1 million that we have? What value is our $1 million that we're gonna do? What's your plan look like for that? I'm trying to ask a question, sir.
No, I don't want it.
You want to talk over me? Let's not go.
I was just wondering where what's your discussion with the money, the $1 million that was going in that discussion? What?
Yeah, so
I'm lost on that part of it.
Yeah.
No, this, for sure, Kyle's done a ton of work on this and looked at it from every angle possible to get to this point. So, Lauren has been a terrific
almost like an unofficial member of this task force. It's a very proactive, very great relationship because he wants the preservation of the marina is very paramount with him. Like all of us, you know, we have the right to sell our property for as much as we can get. I mean, that's what we do. But his primary concern is preservation of the marina. So what Lauren has done, as he has proposed to us, that a marina rights agreement could be a great benefit for the association, and he's willing to do that. Instead of just selling it and waiting for somebody to come up with a big bag of money and buy it, he's saying, hey, this is an opportunity to put together an agreement to preserve that marina with the next buyer. So it's not, so that's why we're exploring this. Right now, there's been no conversation at all about spending any money for that. We're not there yet. All we're doing is we're coming to grips, like Kyle said, with the concept of preserving the marina instead of purchasing, because the money just doesn't make sense. There's not enough return on investment coming in from the rental of slips, the maintenance and everything else to satisfy $7 million or $5 million or whatever. It just doesn't pencil out that way. At the end of the day, we don't want to own it. We don't want to run it. We want to preserve it so that it's always there and not just and beyond who Lauren sells it to. So coming up with a marina rights agreement, let's be specific. That is a deed restriction. And for someone who wants to sell their property for as maximum amount of money they can, and they're willing to put a restriction on that to narrow the folks that they would market to, that's worth something. But we have not gotten that far to have that kind of conversation. What we have agreed on is, hey, let's preserve the marina. And Lauren's totally cool with that. So that's going to be our next, that's going to be the next step. We will just continue to work it out and come to the table. At the end of the day, we want Lauren to be happy. We want Three Rivers to be represented and happy, and we want to preserve the marina. And that's the direct, and we got $1 million to work with. But we have not talked about any kind of a deal regarding money spent for that type of an agreement.
Could I help shorten, maybe say it a different way? What you're trying to say, what he's asking is the avenue you're following, what are we buying? I mean, that's kind of the question, if we had a deal. Well, the simple answer is we're buying the right for the marina to exist indefinitely and taking that right away from Lauren, because he can't even to a new buyer say you can do whatever you want. That's the value. Am I correct? That we're basically saying this is locked up. You know, you can't, we got a place here, we're going to put a water line and you can't ever sell that. We always keep our water line. I mean, similar, except it's a marina. So you're looking for an agreement that it's going to stay there. And that what you said, narrowing who we can sell it to. Well, that is going to do that because maybe somebody doesn't want to buy it if they're forced to keep it as is.
Well, like I say, it is worth something to put that kind of a restriction on on the use and to preserve it for us and for the next buyer. In a way, it actually kind of helps Lauren, and that's what we're trying to do as well, is we're trying to be a good business partner with him about this. Sooner or later, whoever buys that marina is going to have to deal with Three Rivers because it's within Three Rivers boundary. And if we have a written agreement, if we have the language spelled out as to what that looks like ahead of time, it'll make it a lot easier and more marketable for him to be able to say, okay, here's what I have available for sale. And here's my agreement. It's already spelled out. The groundwork's already done, and it makes it a lot easier for the next buyer. So we can, but the goal is to preserve.
I guess I was saying, agreeing with you. There is value for our money depending on what the deal is, because otherwise we kind of lose control whether it'll exist.
That's correct, but we have not had any discussion about what that cost would be. We're just, right now, we're just in alignment of wanting to preserve the marina, and what's on the table is a marina rights agreement and to craft that up. And we just don't know. We're gonna have, that's next step. After this annual meeting, The next step will be to get together with Lauren and come up with the language and what that looks like so that both parties are happy with the agreement and the marine is preserved.
Yeah.
Is there any chance in the meantime that Three Rivers showing some good faith could help Lance out a little bit in maintenance? That guy deserves a round of applause for how hard he works by himself, going out there trying to keep the place from falling apart. As the fellow said back there, some of it is falling apart. Can we show any good faith by helping him a little bit with some maintenance money so he can work on them?
Well, so I'll take that. So, Lance is a big part of this equation. When we have conversations with Lauren, oftentimes Lance is there. You know, again, I consider him a friend. And he does a great job down there. There's some people that say, hey, we'd like it to be cleaned up a little bit more down there. But he works his tail off down there. And we're gonna look at everything we can to make sure that Three Rivers gets the best deal that we can, in terms of preserving that marina. And maintenance is certainly one of the knobs we could tweak to, help them out. But again, Lauren's gonna be back April 1st, and we're gonna sit down and we're gonna have some more detailed conversations about how to make this work. I think we both want to make it work, and we're in a good spot. Do you have a question?
I just had one quick question. I should have looked a little quicker at your diagram that you had with the 1, 2, 3, 4. My question is, if we do nothing, is there ever any way that they can stop us from getting to the boat ramps or the
No.
Okay.
The boat ramp, the beach, the rec hall, all three rivers. When you're going down and you stay on Lakeview Drive, you're right down to the beach. That's all three rivers. We have that secured. We're good to go there. That will never be, that's not in question. It's just off to the left. Yeah.
We had a point of clarification back there in the back. No, that's you. You can stand.
Yeah, just a quick question on that. The one showed that we own the land around, or the water and the land around the marina.
Yeah.
Why can't we build our own?
Yeah. So we have the short answer is there's no shortage of government entities that control the waterway of the Metolius Arm, of Lake Billy Chinook, where the other side of the river is the Indian tribes. We have PGE that runs the dam. We have FERCA, which is a federal agency that deals with the energy. We have Jefferson County. We have State of Oregon, shoreline management. There are 2 documents that describe what could be done on the marina, which is there's some documents you could have up to 300 slips. And then there's another document where under like 24 feet, I think, or under 25 feet on the where the houseboats are, they could have up to 10. Or there's some number really designed for houseboats. They're not gonna. We've looked at this a lot of different ways. We do not believe that they're gonna allow us to put any more slips in.
Did you say that there's no shortage of people that will say no?
Right. There's yeah.
Okay, we have a couple more comments. There's one way in the back. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we do not believe that, so Kevin Spencer is part of the task force. He is a huge supporter of making sure we preserve this marina. He is a big land developer. He has his own land use attorneys on staff that he has donated their time to look at a lot of legal issues that hasn't cost us a dime. So it's nice to have people like that where we could look for some legal advice. And Kevin has certainly brought those resources to the table. But again, we do not believe we could add more slips or build slips someplace else.
One more.
My name is Carl Hoderson. I brought this up last year. I don't know why we're not visiting with a user fee with visitors coming through our gate, charging 25, 30 bucks, come through the gate. They're using our facilities. They're probably 4 to 1 in the summertime that's my experience. And I just,
I'll let you.
I'm
I'll
at
let-
a-
I'll let you deal with, so my focus is really narrow. I'm focused on I'm focused on our marina and you know, that topic has come up. That's not my responsibility. I think they're always looking at ways to bring.
we're looking at,
Right, a lot.
I mean, we need road
in-
funds, we need all this maintenance. So
Are you referring to people coming in?
visitors coming through our gate, every
Visitors
car,
of Three Rivers or?
guest.
Yeah, yeah, I'll let the board address that. That's outside of my my.
Well,
focus.
it got shuffled off last year too. Why aren't we discussing? I mean, that's a huge amount of revenue that we could build.
Yeah.
We actually have crossed that subject at least 4 times in this past year, and there is a very strong contingent of people who disagree with you and who don't want to charge their guests anything that comes through the gate. We attempted to have some information on the ballot, but that will be something that we can definitely address, bring it to you. And if you would like to get on it, I mean, we're more than happy to try and get it started. There's a group of us on the board that believe that that's something that's very important, has to happen, but until we get a majority of that, we can't do anything. So, yes.
Getting back to the marina, thank you, Kyle.
Thank you, Kyle.
This is so nice of you and your whole task force on this. It just very grateful.
Thank you. The next thing that we have is a report on the bridge repair, and this is something that we can do either one. Want to do the 40 acres first? Okay, we're going to do, Joe, where are you? There we go. We're going to discuss the Rabine property, and Joe will bring that up and be ready. This is Joe Parrott. He comes equipped with his own pointer. Mike is right there. Yeah, use that one. Well, it's got a 50-foot cord on it, Joe. Where are you gonna go?
Thank you. All right, thank you for staying this long so that I can actually talk to people. It's really good. Some time ago, Bill Hawkins asked me to put together a study group to talk about what to do with the 40-acre Rabine property donation. We did that. I know there was a few people in the room, or at least one that was part of that group. Thank you for all your help. There was 9 of us total that worked on this project. So back in 2022, Three Rivers Board and Jerry Rabine signed an agreement talking that wanted to bring that property that you can see right there into Three Rivers. And there was some real strategic things about that kind of cleaned up the last of the private property in that area that borders Three Rivers. And there was also this nasty little detail of a road that came right down down by the corrals that we wanted to get cleared up as well. That was the other Sparks Road problem we had. That annexation was approved by the membership in a mail-in ballot in 2022. And again, it did several things. One is to provide additional boundary protection, get CR 3119 closed and off the books. The agreement also allows Jerry to develop those 3 parcels into 5, assuming the county will let him do that. Right now, he only has approval for 1 developed property. And if he can arm twist the county into allowing more, that would be fine. His buy-in included the donation of 40 acres, which is that space right there for the first 2 lots. And if he was able to get the other 3, then he would be paying us $10,000 each for those subsequent 3 lots. So the initial buy-in was land for first 2, and then the subsequent donation for the balance, or the 10,000 for the balance. 40 acres, right adjacent to the rifle range. There's the shooting areas right there. There's a road that goes back in here to rest of Jerry's property. It was incorporated into common area, the rifle range common area, through a lot line adjustment that we did last year, and was approved by, 2 years ago, and was approved by Jefferson County in 2023. Had a 9-member study group assembled last year. We met a couple of times, developed a survey that went out to all of the membership, and I'm hoping everybody got one of those. 102 of those surveys were returned, and in priority order, based on the response from those surveys, these were the ideas that people had for what to do with the land. First choice by far was an archery range. Nice adjunct to the amenities of the rifle range. Adds a good family-friendly opportunity. It's quiet and whatnot. Second choice was additional ATV riding area. Third choice was a long-range rifle range in the 350 to 400 yard nature. A nature area for hiking. A place to put a sediment pond to collect debris from the range. The folks that run the lake can always tell when it's rained hard because they see targets and beer cans and stuff washing down into the lake and this coming from the range. And the sixth choice was a developed bicycle motocross track for the kids. That's something that they could use. Other suggestions, and I don't know why the font on this is so goofy, but nature hiking area, and frankly, do nothing, just leave it like it is. So the committee evaluated those ideas. For some reason this isn't working. Next slide. There we go. So group met, reviewed the survey and developed recommendations for the board. We think the archery range is a real natural fit down there, and it would be somewhere in this area. John and the gun club folks are already working with a group of archery buffs. They've got some money lined up. They've got some great ideas. One of the people in the group is affiliated with a company that supplies archery equipment, so that we could potentially see some really nice donations for that. Second would be to preserve this about 100 feet along this area right here for eventual rifle range expansion. And this would be for that long distance rifle range. Assuming a couple of other things could come together. Third, for at least for now, retain this nice fun little hill climb area down here in the southwest corner until if it ever comes to pass the long range rifles thing. And finally, do something with this in this area for that debris and sediment debris removal project. So that's what the group has come up with. That's what we're recommending. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
John, you had a question? Okay. Hang on for the microphone, John. You're too soft spoken.
I know.
My name is John Godbreath, and I'd like to move forward with a motion that all of the recommendations for the Rabine 40-acre parcel that the study group had proposed move forward to be implemented as funding allows.
Okay.
In addition to the motion, the gun club has offered to come up with about $1,500 out of our individual funds that we raise through raffle tickets and so on, and to get the archery started. And the rest of it will take some additional planning, but the sediment area would be just a very responsible thing to move forward with, and it'd be a great addition to the range in Three Rivers.
Perfect, great. Is there a second to John's motion? We have a second? Right here. Okay. And so is there any discussion on that? What Sean's proposing is to just continue on with the work that Joe's come up with. So those in favor signify. Those opposed? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Could I get your name on the second back there? Jeff, what? Jeff Trust. Okay, so are we ready for the bridge report? Okay, here comes the bridge report.
Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello?
I can hear you.
You guys can hear me in Zoom, but they can't hear me there. Okay.
Honest folks, we're closing in here. We're just about done.
Oh. You gotta let me in. They can hear me in Zoom. Somebody tell her if you can type it to them. Who's on Zoom?
You want to let Jim come up and do his, or do you have his? Microphone.
Can anybody hear me other than Zoom people?
Should we try and move on or?
Yeah, if you guys can't hear me.
Michelle?
Okay. Jim, did you have any slides or anything for your presentation? Why don't you come up and give us a talk on LCF&R while they get that straightened right here? Right here, there's a microphone. They'll bring you one. This is Jim Forquet. He is, as was introduced earlier, the president of LCF&R. So he's going to update us on the new system. Go ahead.
So I'm a relatively new member for the board of directors, and I'd like to introduce somebody else, Robert Zavodsky. Bob has been on the board now for a few years than myself. Bob and I both retired as deputy chiefs out of Portland Fire and Rescue, and Portland was not our happy place. We couldn't wait to get up to the lake full time. So we're both permanent residents in your neighborhood to the east of you guys over in Forest Park. Couple things that have come, and I think Joe has already done a report or got some information for you guys. The state wildfire map that came out here a little bit ago has created a lot of angst and concern. And I think the most current information we have right now is that we're kind of in a wait and see pattern until the end of the legislative session. Several counties, state representatives, senators, and a lot of citizens have filed appeals and raised concerns about it. So I think the governor has held the appeal status in at bay now until the end of the legislative session to see if they just don't go ahead and repeal the map. The downside of this map is we all know, I think it's House Bill 82 says the insurance companies are not supposed to use any of that information to raise insurance rates. But that's a bunch of bullshit because a lot of folks have already endured some of those insurance rates. I've already had personally companies say they won't insure me because where the residence is. So I think we need to have a wait and see attitude. But I guess the commitment from us is the fire district is going to continue to be an advocate for everybody in the area that we protect, that allows for, if we're doing vegetation mitigation and any work, we want credit for that. And we want that to be taken into consideration when they're evaluating the risk assessments that insurance companies do. So more to come on that. The garbage area, real quick, Steve spoke about it. I think Penny took a run at getting an easement or something done here several years ago or a few years ago. And the fire district looked at that and the idea was rejected. And that seems silly to me because Three Rivers donated the land for the fire district to sit on. So Steve's going to bring that back to me. We're working, I've been in contact with the county to talk about a lot line adjustment or whatever it takes to get that work done. I think what we found is that even if a lot line adjustment is available, the fire district can't give away property because it's a public asset. So I think the next step for us is just to come up with a conditional easement that allows Three Rivers to do whatever you guys need or want to do with that garbage area. And the other thing I think we need to do is we've got some apparatus to clean up. I'm not a big fan of the spare apparatus that's just sitting around wasting away. So I think you've got a commitment from us that we want to get that stuff cleaned up. The Firewise and the grant work that's being done, I think in Three Rivers alone, you guys are north of 40 some acres right now that's being treated or vegetation mitigation has taken place. And we're going to continue to manage that. I think Levi's in the fire station from Tuesday through Saturday. If anybody wants or has any concerns directly, he's done like 22 assessments this year and he's excited to get out and do as many more as we can get done. So we'll continue to get out and do those Firewise assessments and work in the community. We've also got a lot of other roadside work throughout the district that we're committed to getting on. And we are going to continue to do that. So probably the last thing, some of you may have received a letter or notification via email. The board of directors is considering a levy, a local option levy on the May ballot of an additional $1.35 to support the staffing that we've got right now. And what that means is that Levi's position and the firefighter EMT that we have are largely funded by grant funding. And we're really concerned about the sustainability of the grant funding and whether or not that's going to continue. We think the prevention, vegetation mitigation is a pretty important project for us to continue to do. So we're going to ask you guys if you're interested in continuing those services on the May ballot. You got a lot to cover. We will go ahead and have an additional meeting, I think probably the first part of May. So probably the first part of May, May 3rd, I think a Saturday, another community meeting for you guys to come to the firehouse and ask any specific questions you have about where we're at with the finances, what the district plans to do with the staffing that we've got. And if we decide as a community, that's not what we're interested in, what are the next steps and what do we do then? So I guess that's probably all I got.
That's perfect. Any questions? Anybody still awake? All right, point. We have a quick question in the back.
Just on that, the fire map bill, on that did we as Three Rivers or anybody on our community or board contact any of our Jefferson County commissioners, anything to appeal or to rebuttal anything that went along with that? Because I know that my sister has been really involved. There's other counties, and we only had a certain amount of time that you could put in those.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why it's not. And I'm speaking and it's turning green.
Three Rivers and everything that's going on. And I
So
do
there's
apologize to
something
the lady back here because I made a comment about maybe you guys just sat on your hands and didn't try to go forward with that. I didn't mean it offensively. I just didn't know what knowledge you guys had on that fire map bill and if there was anything that was done through the county and requesting them or anything that Three Rivers wrote to the state trying to rebuttal that.
I do not know about Three Rivers specifically. I know personally, fire board members, at least one, possibly two, that have appealed that on a personal level. And then obviously the contact, just trying to manage monitoring and watching where that's headed.
Okay, well, we'll make note, make sure that this comes out. Okay?
You know, real quick, one of the other things I want you guys to know, Bob and I drove over specifically just to be at the meeting. We've had some conversations about the representation of the Three Rivers community, and felt we had concerns, I guess, on a personal level that we needed to be doing a better job. We recently had an unexpected vacancy on the board of directors, and the board was committed to not just appointing somebody to that new position or to that vacant position, but we were committed to appointing somebody from the Three Rivers community. And Steve Hoffeditz was selected for a lot of reasons, but part of the reasons he was selected was that he's a member or landowner in Three Rivers. So I want to make sure that you guys understand the relationship between the fire district and the Three Rivers community, as well as the other neighborhoods in the community, are really important to the current board of directors, or we wouldn't have driven over to be here to have a conversation with you guys. Real quick on that map, one of the frustrations is, again, when that map came out, it was dedicated as a hazard map. It talked about topography, environment, vegetation, climate, things that can't be changed. But there was no conversation about credit for risk assessments and what you guys do as individual property owners or what we do as a community. And that's one of the big things that we're watching and we're going to have conversation about is if we're pushing all of the information out there, and again, it's another thing about government that kind of pisses you off, how much area in our fire district is state or federal owned land, and they're not hardly doing shit, excuse my language, to treat or mitigate those areas. And that's one of the areas where we're going to have a conversation is how can we expect citizens, communities to step up and do mitigation and fire risk reduction activities when government ownership isn't doing anything. We've got some work that we can do with the county ordinance that allows us to do right-of-way work. And so just as an example, right when you get to the top of the hill, coming up out of the one-lane bridge, there's property on the right-hand side, right where the fire prevention sign is, that's BLM land right there. And I think we're going to start doing some vegetation treatment and mitigation in areas like that, because we can do that through county ordinance. So you're going to see more road work done in the very near future. And that's one of those areas where we continue to want to try and capitalize on any areas that we can work with. And we do have some good relationships with state and federal folks, and we're trying to get some more work done and expand on projects that they're already working on. So anyway, you got some new faces on the fire board. The relationship with the community is really important to us. You guys are paying the bills. We are too, but we get that we're not going to get anything done for the fire district if we can't get it done through you guys. So if you've got concerns or questions, reach out to us. Levi is a huge resource for you guys. He's loving the work that he's doing, and we're loving the fact that he's getting out and doing as much work for you as he is. Our contact information, I believe, is on the fire district webpage. If you got some concerns or questions, please reach out to us. We're happy to help.
Tim, thank you. Okay, a microphone over to here, if I can get one. Where can I get a microphone? There we go. One cut.
Where you at?
Here.
Oh,
Right there.
Over to just here.
Okay, Randy, let's see how this works.
Okay, test it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No,
Hey,
hold on.
keep going.
Keep talking.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can you hear it? Okay, we're gonna try it.
You can hear it, but I can't. So I'm deaf from my end. Okay, is this light up?
Yes,
I don't see it.
yes, now it is.
Okay, there it is. Okay, go ahead. Go to the next slide.
Afternoon, everybody. I'm gonna try to move through this as quickly as possible. Bill asked me last year to continue with the bridge project to assist the board, and I have done so. What you see on your screen right now is a map showing the two arms of the lake and the two bridges specifically that are involved in the repairs for this year. Next slide. Target dates and milestones. This is what everybody's interested in. People want to know, when is all this going to happen? Well, honestly, you have ODOT and you have Jefferson County involved in this project. With these two groups doing it, ODOT can change anything and did so. So the targeted project milestones are as follows. In mid-April, intergovernmental agreement was executed. So that's the starting block. In June of 24, request for production has to be done, documentation finalized. Then in July, advertise the agreement and advertise what's being done. Begin negotiations with contractors, that's ODOT in Jefferson County. In August. October 24, architectural engineering work order contract executed. May of 25, bridge type, size, and location complete. And all their acronyms are on here as well, where you can see them on their sites anytime you want to go to ODOT. August 25, delivery at place, the app complete. April of 26, plan specifications, estimate complete, construction notice, phase obligations, so on. And July 26, construction contract notice to proceed. So when I looked at this and I received this from Jefferson County, I can't see the rest of this, but it says each bridge is its own project. I can't read the one below because I'm not seeing full screen. Your information will follow. I can't move that up. Can you move that up at all? I can't see the next line. Just the notes. Pay attention to the notes that are down there because I can't see them. Let's see if they come through. Yeah. Oh, there they are. Closure detour information will follow the design and construction phase, and updates provided when available. All right, next slide. So, anticipated project start date. Obviously, it will not be this year. The best guess is maybe 26 and maybe 27. One click. And this is from the Public Works Department at Jefferson County. We anticipate the project to start in fall of 2027. But if ODOT gets the ball in motion sooner than later, we could see starting in the fall of 2026. At this particular juncture, we will plan a town hall for all property owners prior to the date of start of construction by a significant period of time. The other part that we're still working on is the B plan. We call it the B plan in case something happens. As we all know, the Oregon Department of Transportation found a $1 billion shortfall in their funding for 25. We may be impacted by that. But plan B is the Geneva Hills Road. And working with the county, if this does not move forward in the next couple of years, is to get that back road improved to the Deschutes County line. Any questions?
No, but thank you for, doesn't look like there's anything from the floor. Randy, thank you for giving us an update on that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And then do you want to run? He's got shoreline. You ready to do shoreline?
Might as well do shoreline.
I can answer that real quick, and it'll probably help with people understanding what Kyle was explaining. And I think Ed was explaining with the marina. Shoreline Management Work Group is SMWG. I've been on it for 3-4 years. Bill asked me to continue to be on it. It's a joint effort between PGE, Warm Springs, Jefferson County, Coal Palisades State Park, and area representatives appointed to SMWG. Next slide. The appointment, I'm not going to read A, but this came back to 2007 for the Pelton Dam Butte, hydroelectric project. But what they did change, what was really important, is section B of this, which is license article 402D, and amended to allow up to 5 representatives of the public to be members of the Shoreline Management Work Group. These representatives shall be identified at the annual meeting of the SMWG. Unless a representative of the public identifies a replacement, that member will continue to serve on the SMWG for the following year. Next slide. SMWG initiatives. This has started from 2021 through this year, 2025. In 2021, we completed our 6-year review of SMP and submitted it to FERC for approval, and it was approved. The annual structure licensing has been annually, it has been since way before 2021 and through 24. And I work very closely with the board to make sure that they get the stuff that they need. For licensing of the docks. Annual reservoir draw and fill, we try to inform people there's no changes. Everyone knows since 21 through this year. Standard flow, although right now they've not really progressed the flow very much because they anticipate so much snowfall runoff that they don't need to fill it right now. It'll happen very quickly. Shoreline erosion plan started in 21. We worked on it in 24 and it will continue in 2025. The wakeboard surfing and education program, 23 through 25. And this one, you'll love this one. This is the invasive species under the water. Waterway invasion species worked on, it was 24. In the fall of 24, they actually did Perry South. And they will plan on doing other areas, including around the island and in our areas as well. In 25 is the plan. Next slide. The most important initiative that's before the membership right now is Wakeboard Surfing and Education Program, which was established in 2023. We handed out flyers in 23 at the gate and at the boat launch. We put up Protect Your Sport signage in 2024. And in 2025, we're going to continue this. Our first SMP meeting of the year, we agreed that no other actions are being taken on the waterways, the Deschutes Arm, the Metolius Arm, or Crooked River Arm in 2025. But continue education, we'll continue to hand out flyers, better awareness with some more signage, and better understanding owners to guests. And that's a critical one, the better understanding owners to guests. Next slide. As you can see, wakeboarding, and this really applies to all boats, other than maybe pontoons, all boats create wakes. And the goal is to try to keep as many of these boats away from the log booms, the structures, so on and so forth. So it's important for us to remember that we must be courteous, and the signage that's been presented the last 2 years has helped in that. We've seen some progress, but yet we have more to do. Next slide. This is the sign, but like I said, don't wait, educate, and educate your guests. You property owners that are there today, pass it on to your neighboring property owners. Our biggest complaint is from guests of property owners. So the issue is better educate them to follow these rules and follow these guidelines, not necessarily rules, but guidelines on protecting your water sport. And so we don't run into what happened on the Willamette River. So that's it. Any questions?
No.
One more slide.
Looks pretty good. Thanks again, Randy. We'll continue the work that we've been going on for that. So thank you very much for taking the time. Okay, John, are you ready with yours? You need a mic. Come on up. Sander on up here, John.
They seem to always position me between my presentation and your first beverage of choice. So we'll try to work right through this. If we could start the slides, Michelle. I wanted to share moving too fast, our first welcome sign that's up there. And I really wanted to thank Jim Marthaler and Bob Blevins. They did all the woodwork around that sign and got the backhoe and put everything in place and had that done for us by May this year. Just what a beautiful sign that it is, and glad to And really glad that after 9 months, there's no holes in it, so let's keep it going that way. This is our current footprint. If we take a look, we've just about utilized all of the range area that 30 acres of the first 40 is developed. And if we look at the area all the way to the left, you'll see the 5 stand area that is set up there. And then we have a 200-yard shot fall area. And we did finish a fence this last year to keep quads, motorcycles, hikers from inadvertently walking into an area that might be unsafe with shotgun shooters in that place. If you move forward to the next, nope, not slide, just to the right of that 5 stand area, you'll see the trap area that's developed. It's really greatly utilized. And at some point, we hope to have some mechanical machines that people can just go down with their family and shoot themselves, and we won't have to just do those, shoot themselves. And it will be more than just organized shoots on the 3-day weekends. Next area, we have the 2 pistol bays. One is set up for events. And to the left there, Michelle. And so now we can hold our practical pistol shoots. We can hold different 22 shoots with the kids and still have another pistol bay that's open for people that may not want to participate in the organized type shoots and just go down on their own and shoot at the same time. The green cover just to the right of the pistol areas now is a 4-5 position rifle area out to 100-yard shooting. And then to the right of that is the finished handicap area where people can drive down at the same level. You don't have to negotiate the steps, taking your gear in and out. So we're very pleased that that was done, and that was more than half paid for by a grant that we received from the National Rifle Association. So that was terrific. The other light green buildings in the center, we have a warming shed that is set up, and that has been unlocked there for 4 years now without, any clutter, any vandalism. People have really taken good care of it. I do keep a lock on the propane tank that provides heat on the 3-day weekends. But if you have a group of people that are going down in the winter and colder areas, let us know. We'll get down there and get some heat in that building for you as well. Otherwise, take your own space heater down and utilize it. The green building all the way to the right is the restrooms. They're open all the time. They are the best restrooms in all the 3 rivers. So even if you don't shoot, swing down there and give them a try. The other 2 buildings, one is a practical pistol storage area, and the other is for our trap machines and other type of equipment that the gun club buys themselves. So if the gun club buys the equipment, builds the shed, we keep a lock on it, and it is private to the gun club. Anything that the 3 Rivers budget and money that comes from, and all of the property owners pay about $13 to $14 out of your annual assessment that goes to the gun club, not to the gun club, to common area improvements for the entire shooting range. And so anyway, your money's being well spent, and it is open for all landowners and their guests to go down and utilize that range from 8 a.m. to dusk. If we take a look, the shooting range itself is split into kind of 2 areas. We have the $10,000 that was proposed if the budget's being approved this year. A lot of that is hopefully going to be used to improve steps, making them safer going from the parking area, walking down to the shooting areas. Like I say, we finished our barricade and the fencing this last year within those dollars. Then it changes to the trap machines, maintaining all of the target stands, maintaining the pistol shed areas, the range safety officers in training, and almost all of the range maintenance is done now through the gun club budget that is supported by our shooting fees on those weekends. The raffle that has just had tremendous support from all of you. We greatly appreciate that. And we're still selling tickets in the back. So check out the table on your way out. So next slide. You can take a look at the barricade. That was about a 70-foot structure that was put up. And, if we take a look at the area on the right, our volunteers, we might not be the brightest people in the room, but they certainly are dedicated and out there and put a tremendous number of hours into that structure. Next slide. Inside the 3/4 inch plywood, that's 5.5 inches wide. It was filled full of the black sand and gravel. And that keeps any projectile from even high-powered rifles from penetrating through that barricade area. When you're at the shooting benches, the picture on the right, it shows what it does for us. And if we have a shooter that doesn't want to be too responsible and they want to shoot at rocks up on the hillside and possibly start fires and so on, they can no longer do that. If accidental discharge takes place, setting up their equipment and they're not controlling the muzzle of their firearm, it can't get out into our residential area within the Three Rivers community and will help protect the Rabine acquisition or annexation as well. So it's a tremendous safety improvement that was completed last year. Next slide. Extreme fire season, the area that July to September, we continue to have an agreement with the fire department. They will allow us to continue to shoot during extreme fire season if we have a range safety officer in place. So it allows us to go down. Unfortunately, while we do have about 25 range safety officers, we only have about 7 that live on the property and are constantly available. And during those summer months, when they drive over from the valley, again, their happy place, they'd rather be on the lake than up there helping others shoot. But we are able to keep the range open, and we have for the last 6-7 years during the extreme fire season from 8 a.m. until noon. And we'll continue to do that this year. If there isn't a lot of shooter utilization, it was really hot last summer and we just didn't have a lot of shooters show up. So we did close in August. So we'll see how that works, but we're going to try to keep it open with supervised shooting. Next slide. Training classes, there are sign-up sheets in the back. We have had successful ladies training, and they got together and they continued to tell me, we don't want our husbands teaching us how to shoot. We don't want men in our class. We want to do it on our own. And we have been able to do that. They're small classes, 5 or 6 people. I don't want to say, yeah, there you go. And anyway, it's been very successful. The youth shooting, we offer supervised shooting with the kids, providing 22s, free ammunition. We try to give them some training on the 3-day weekends. We have not been successful at bringing them together for their own classes. I think as they, the majority of you are down here in Portland, Salem. It's just hard to get everybody over there at the same time to have that class. But I hope our involvement with youth will improve over the next few years and months. Range safety officer training, we'll have that completed again. I have the dates back there. I'm losing it right now. I think it's April 26th. So if you'd like to join that class, it's a long one. It's a NRA certified range safety officer course. It's people that have gone through it that are very experienced shooters continue to say it was time very well spent. It's a great class, and Ron Glenn has taken that up and putting more and more of his time into some of our training, and tremendous asset to the club. Thank you, Ron. That it? No. Next slide. Two more. Shooting events, we continue those on 3-day weekends, Easter through Thanksgiving. We did change our Easter shoot to Sunday when they changed the Easter egg hunt to Saturday, so we weren't competing for some of the same people. And Monica, we are going to have to take a look. I heard on the Three Rivers side, it still shows Saturday, so we'll try to clean that up. But come down and shoot if you want on Saturday, but we'll have the organized shoots on Sunday on Thanksgiving. We're going to have it on Sunday. Okay. It's okay, Sunday the 20th. Thank you. Practical pistol shooting, we continue to have Joe Parrott and Ed Beechek lead that for us. We have a lot of steel plates, dueling trees. It's just a really fun event and very, very practical. I mean, it has about 8 or 9 people, that 10, 11 maybe on occasion, that come for these shoots, and they just a great amount of time is spent in the preparation of that by Joe and Ed, and we continue to hope to have more participation in that as well. So check the gun club calendar for that. Oversight of the youth again, we'll hold that for the Easter, July 4th and Labor Day. And now with your vote just a little bit ago in the 40-acre study, we'll have the archery range continue to develop, and I've had 7 or 8 other people volunteer to set up a committee within the Big Canyon Gun Club that will help design and organize and get that going for us. Next slide. Just remember that, you know, Big Canyon Gun Club, we do have a membership, and we really appreciate that. A lot of the funds that allow us to continue this type of work comes from memberships, shooting fees, and the annual raffle. But the shooting range is open again for every landowner and your guest from 8 a.m. to dusk, except for some of the extreme fire season days. So just come down with your family, come down with the kids, come down with the ladies, and just take advantage of the open shooting opportunities. It's just a tremendous asset within Three Rivers. April 12th, we have a range work day. A lot of that's going to be some painting and cleaning up. So bring a shovel, a rake, and a paintbrush, and we could sure use your help. That's a very significant date for us, as we do have a lot of water damage and so on that comes down through that range throughout the winter areas. So we can use some of your labor. So the other thing, visit the back table. We have sign-up sheets again, selling raffle tickets. And we also have our website that is now set up under Big Canyon Gun Club, or you can go into the Three Rivers site, and under the neighborhood tab, you can click on that and go right through to the Big Canyon Gun Club site. Our calendar of events is posted, as well as information on our shoots. So take a look at that, and we appreciate any feedback you might have for us there. And I'll give you a chance to ask me a few questions if you have them.
Thank you, John. All right, good job. Steve, do you want to come up and finish off the gatekeeper thing, and that'll wrap us up for today.
Sure, now that everybody can sleep.
You can wake him up, Steve.
I want to start off with, if you noticed, volunteers are the most important part of running this place. And Bill started off his introduction with all the volunteer announcements and all the committees. So now it's my honor to talk about the volunteers that made Proptia happen. The IBAM system, just quickly, the IBAM system broke down. All that data was gone. So the volunteers, they had to go through the county, Fieldstone, phone books, any way possible to find out who owned what and who was on the titles and all that, and enter it manually. So that's not me because I enter like this. These people, they use all their fingers to do it, but I can't believe they didn't need glasses after doing it because it was endless hours to do this. So you've got Michelle right there, big lead for entering all this, Mary Gaff, office girls, they're volunteering because I don't think they can buy gas for minimum wage just to get to the gate. So still a volunteer position, but hours and hours. Ryan Nobles, he's fast typer. So it's my honor to just bring that up and say thank you to all of them because we wouldn't even have a database without them. So, great. Perfect. So I'm going to hit some highlights real quick. Some of the stuff is not good. I'm sorry. 2.0 was not our idea. It was Proptia's, and it is not an update. It is actually a whole new site, even though it looks the same. The only way you can tell them apart is the 1.0, and I'm talking desktop. It started out with the address access.proptia. The second one, 2.0, starts out with, I forgot what it was. I can't believe it. I got it written down here, but I'm not following my lead. Anyway, portal Proptia. So that's how you can tell because it doesn't say anywhere on there 2.0. It just looks exactly the same on your desktop. It does have a couple extra features. I've added a couple extra passes as you'll look to hopefully make things easier. Can you put that on the screen? There it is. Okay, so on the left-hand side, that's your menu board. You can go down and you can add and manipulate all of these things. I shouldn't say all of them, not all of them are available for you to change, like your address, your pertinent information. You have to go through the office to get that changed. If it's wrong, is what I'm saying. But you can, on the bottom, it's not showing up. There is your account. And that account, you can go in there and double check all of your information. The notifications, there's a bar in there for notifications. Do you want to get notified when your guest comes through the gate? That's what it's about. So take a look at that. So the confusion was, how do I know if I'm 2.0? I just told you that. Another confusion about it is you see up in the middle, it says ticket, submit a ticket. That is not a pass. That is if you have a problem, you don't know how to do something, you can make a ticket. You can click it and you fill out the form. I get a copy. Michelle, I think, gets a copy. A few people get a copy of that and try and answer for you. Or you can go directly to my gatekeeper email and I'll go through. Don't forget to check spam. So now the bad stuff. Android users. There's a glitch. The pass doesn't work. They're working on it. I'm hammering them every day. So it looks like you made a pass. It might give you a message that says it didn't go through. So don't count on it if you're an Android user. The desktop does work for it. If you need a pass made, I'll make you a pass for you under your name. The girls can do that in the office too. So Android's the glitch right now. Apple phones, no problem. The app is definitely a different view in the app. You can tell that you're on 2.0. It doesn't look the same. There's options on there that are just view only. They're not functional. I'm trying to get them to be functional. they're still working on this whole project, so it's a little slower than what I wanted it to happen, but it will indeed happen. We'll get it done. So your turn. You got any questions?
So one of my kids, their income is good till 26. My other kids, they're only good for 50.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. That's in this mess of notes that I've got. So when those passes were first built back in August, it was a learning process for everybody. Those passes have, basically the ending date is incorrect. So your permanent passes are 180 days long, 6 months. And they do expire. Permanent passes do indeed expire. So you're to re-up them. So the ones that say 26, they still work. Passes that were made under 1.0, they still work. But when they get done, I'm not going to trust it. My recommendation is to make new passes. Delete the ones you say you've got, just make new ones. It's not going to take you that long. And you should be able to see a copy of it come to you. I pulled a trigger that makes you get a copy. Now, I don't know if it will work on the app because they're not done making it yet, but through the website, through the desktop, you'll get a copy. You send one to Joe and you get a copy of it and you can see it. I recommend you save that because when Joe loses it because he lost his phone or he's calling you, hey, I can't get in, you can get him in. So if you are on your app or on your desktop and you know you gave Sam a pass and it is no longer there, you need to make one if you want Sam to get back in. So if they've disappeared, they are gone. Just as a warning.
Great. Question right here.
On the notification that you have us arriving at the gate.
Yes.
Usually happens about half an hour after they come get to my house.
Yes.
Down by dynamite.
Well, another glitch. It was really quick and now it's, yeah, I got the same thing when they've switched over. So, the email is going to be a lot slower than the text. So you have a choice between how do you want to get the notices, by email or by text. I recommend use them both if you want. You can get an email and a text. What's that?
The text.
The text. Yep. Yeah, I tried to actually stop this from going to 2.0, but they're changing it completely over. You'll see that 1.0 still shows up. The reason it's still showing up is because we're not their only client. They have a whole bunch of other clients that they haven't switched over to 2.0. So we've been switched over to 2.0. So if you have them both on your phone or one of you has it on one phone and you got two on the other phone or the desktop, you haven't gotten rid of the shortcut, you can bring up 1.0 and you think you're doing something. And if you're doing something in 1.0, you're not. So be aware. I will be communicating through the 3R Rec website and through emails. Check your spam. Anything else? Sorry for not, positive, really good news. Oh, how do you like the exit? That's positive news. Hey, all right, hey. So on the exit, it's okay to tailgate out. Okay? Yeah, the exit opens up. You don't have to wait for it to close. As a matter of fact, it's actually hard on the gate if you cross past the white post. If the gate's on its way down and you pass that white post, it'll reverse. That's actually hard on the gate. And it seems to only break down when it's snowing because that's when I'm there the most. If you
All right.
feel for me.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate all your hard work.
See, with me already.
Yeah, you're good. All right, do we have the in memoriam ready? Oh, do we have public? I'm sorry, is there a sheet? Did we have a sheet?
I think you got 3 people on it.
Okay.
You didn't have any.
Well, we had one, Randy was on it.
I take my turn if I can.
Yes, you can, go ahead.
I want to propose a motion to amend Article 7.1. So I move to amend Article 7.1 in the following ways. That's of our bylaws. Sub H, by removing the words reserve studies and remove sub I in its entirety. And amend K, amend K, remove the words and applicable provisions of the Planned Communities Act. And I have a copy of this for you, Bill, so you can probably properly tell everybody what it is. And should I wait to mention why, so you can read it, or see for a second, or?
No, I just need to proceed to a second, and then we can have a discussion on it. So the motion, I will read it. To amend Article 7.1 of the TRLA bylaws. We're going to strike out and repeal underlined italic set out below. These are in H. It reads preparing and adopting budget for payment of common expense and preparing, reviewing, and updating reserve studies and maintenance plans. His motion would strike the words reserve study and, so we would read, it would read prepare and adopt budgets for payment of common expenses and preparing, reviewing, and updating maintenance plans. It includes also striking all of 7.1I, which is establishing and maintaining replacement reserve accounts and other reserve as required. And modifying 7.1K. It reads enforcing all governing documents and applicable provisions of the Planned Communities Act by striking enforcing all government documents. Is there a second?
No, it's by striking and applicable.
Yeah,
The
I'm sorry, I meant it would read enforcing all government documents. So this, it would be striking and applicable provisions of the Planned Community Act. Is there a second?
Second.
Second? All right, discussion. Oh. Give me your name.
Mike Geisler.
Okay, Randy?
Okay, so the reason I asked for the amendment is because council mentioned that under current bylaws and, or agreed under current bylaws and the Oregon Planned Communities Act, that the board by resolution without asking the membership can create a reserve account. I objected at the last meeting, the reserve account, if once, well, a council also agreed we don't have to do that. That the Planned Communities Act doesn't require it of us. But once we do it, what I complained of at the last meeting, and it was part of the dues discussion this meeting in a way, was that once we do it, or you know, or get too involved in it, then what is not required of Three Rivers at some point in time, I don't know the exact point, council could speak to that better than me, it will become required. And I don't know if the members want to do that. And once it's done, it's difficult if not impossible for the association to stop running things that way. Up to a point of requiring 100% of members to take action against it. We have a hard enough time getting 75% for anything much. So it's kind of something that really needs to be looked at harder just in that vein, what that is, before, you know, we go along with that. And I think personally with how we adopted the whole new bylaws a couple of years ago, I think a lot of things fell through the cracks for the members. So, and again, you know, some of the other things I said at the last meeting, the board can borrow from the fund. It's supposed to be just for keeping up the infrastructure. So one thing is that it kind of makes you buy everything twice in a way, but you don't get everything. You just have to pile the money up for it. The board, and then there's a statutory level that has to be held at. And so there could be a point where we don't get to say we're not going to pay dues because somebody could say, well, the law says we got to have this money and you've got to do it. Or we're going to get sued or, you know, many other things like that. It can be borrowed from, but it has to be paid back because the level has to be maintained. If it is borrowed from, it doesn't require anyone to ask the members. But if it's borrowed from and the level has to be maintained, we get back in that same spot where the membership may lose control, fiscal control of what's going on in Three Rivers. And a lot of this stuff I think can happen without anybody trying to do anything wrong. But once we're stuck, we're stuck. And again, I would say it's not about this board. It's about how it works in general. And do we really want it to be like this?
Okay, all right, Joe.
Yeah, just a procedural question. This is a proposed bylaws change. We barely had a quorum when we began this meeting and we've lost a whole bunch of people. Can we even vote on this measure right now without a proper quorum?
According to according to what I understand, once a quorum is established at the meeting, it is established. Whether the members leave or there is an issue that something changes, the quorum has been established. In this particular case, we do have a very minimal, I would think to be unfair to the rest of the members to vote on something like this unless we were able to put it all out.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah.
Mr. Geisler, as you explained what you wanted to do, you said it required further study. I don't understand why you would bring something this important that requires study and a sweeping agenda, you know, a sweeping change to bylaws when no one's had a chance. You've had 12 months to bring this to the board. We could
I have
studied
brought it to the
just
board.
in writing.
I brought the very suggestion, not the motion, the suggestion of the problems involved with reserve accounting to Bill by email to the documents committee, because this involves documents, with the understanding it would be distributed to the board. So if you don't know anything about it, it wasn't because I didn't intend you to know, you know, I wasn't intending you not to know anything about it or be discussing it. And many times at the board meetings I've attended, I keep mentioning we need to stay away from this reserve account, reserve study language. We're going to end up with statute running the show when we don't have to allow that unless we accidentally go too far that way and have no say anymore.
Okay, we always have a say because you vote for the board.
No, if the law mandates, we were trying to be told at the last meeting that the law required us to have a reserve account, and this is why we had to do stuff. I mean, if the law requires it, it requires it, doesn't it? I know that was a false statement at the last meeting, and council agreed with it. But if we get in a spot where the law requires it, there's a place where our CCRs and our bylaws aren't going to be worth the paper they're written on, and not even worth toilet paper. And, you know, we could ask council how they think about that, but I can't identify the exact place. But there is such a place. We're not required to do this reserve counting and reserve studies. And you say, well, I just presented this and I had 12 months. You know, when you guys presented bylaws, you didn't tell any member
about what the consequences of this were. And you offered sweeping bylaws with a bazillion changes trying to incorporate the Oregon Planned Communities Act, set up this reserve account funding. And I don't know if anybody here, raise your hand if you understood that was happening. No, okay. So I'm not like cutting you off at the knees here and talking to you about something that was never heard of. And I don't think it's unfair at all. And to Joe's comment, the rules are in meetings that once a quorum is established, that when something is presented, it can be voted on. It does seem a little unfair. But if people want to be able to vote on things, they should stay at the meeting till the end. Participate. I'm not trying to do this. Last meeting, I tried to raise a motion. And what I got was, I had to fight with the chairman of the board to raise it until we were here. I followed the rules to be in comments, to try to not interrupt the meeting out of order to raise this when everyone was here. Is that fair to me to not be able to properly present and get through a motion because I followed the rules? Is that fair?
I just think you're rolling a grenade into a room at the end. And
What's that?
I just feel like, not, whatever, do what you want.
Well,
Well, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. There's been discussion on it. It does fall within and what we're doing. Unless we were escaping.
Laura Sperlin, I would just like to respectfully say, I need to read all of that before I would feel comfortable voting for something to change. It's very technical, it's rather long, and for me to vote properly, I would have to have that document in front of me, read it and ponder it. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay. We have this. I understand that there is some that who are not understanding all of the motion. Unfortunately, my hands are tied in that there is a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. Discussion has occurred. And it would go for a vote. So either if you're not ready to vote, either you vote no or you abstain from voting. That would be the simple. Yes, John. I can. The motion concerns Article 7.1 of our bylaws with regards to subsection H, which reads preparing and adopting budgets for payments of common expense and preparing, reviewing, and updating reserve studies and maintenance plans. The motion is to strike the words reserve studies and from subsection I, which is establishing and maintaining replacement reserve accounts and other reserves as required, should be stricken in total. Under subsection K, enforcing all governing documents and applicable provisions of the Planned Communities Act. The words and applicable provisions of the Planned Community Act to be stricken. So essentially what Randy is asking for is to strike everything that relates to the reserve fund, which Randy had last year at last year's meeting. And to strike that from our bylaws.
Point of information.
Yes, Randy.
Okay, pretty well done, Bill. You know, what I am seeking to have happen, sorry.
Randy Geisler, what I'm seeking to have happen is if that we do as an association, want to do reserve account funding and want to do our thing that way. That's that it don't get snuck over the line like this, that a direct thing is given to the members to say, hey, This is what we're gonna do, so we can discuss the consequences of what we're doing, which that can be reinstated anytime by simply saying at the next meeting, after you've looked at it, we want to reverse Mr. Geisler's motion and put it right back. It's that simple. So it's not like we're gonna be tearing anything down. In fact, what I'm trying to do is make sure the members understand what they're doing and are actually choosing to do it. As opposed to all of a sudden they see a resolution to the board and go, what happened? Because under the current circumstances, we're told that can be done. Rather have it be actually proposed and done where the membership is well informed. So if I have a bent, that's my bent.
Okay. Okay, there's a call for the vote. So I have read the motion. Those in favor of making the adjustments to 7.1 that Mr. Geisler has proposed, please raise your hand. And those opposed? You can't raise two hands, please don't. It's been a long day. Motion fails. Okay. I realize it's the end of the day and everybody's tired, but I do want to say Randy has a point. The reserve fund, and I've had this argument with council. It's a slippery slope, and we do really want to start down it until we really know what we're doing. So it's something the board's going to address, and we'll make sure, and we're going to include Randy in our negotiations for that. So we'll get that done. Right?
And thank you to Bill and to all of you members for listening. Really appreciate that.
Thanks, Rick. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have the in memoriam? Oh, I think we'll do it now because, yeah, let's just get that out of the way. This is why I have to look at this. Okay. I feel kind of good. If there's only three, I apologize for that being a crass statement, but gosh, it's good to see that some of us are still here and hanging around. It's really great. But thank you very much for coming. So what we have is the finals from the vote are coming out. Dave will give you that. The joyous rebellion that goes from there will happen. I don't know if the bar's open, but we'll call for end of the meeting right after he announces the results. So here you go. And don't forget to see Meg before you leave.
Okay, the final tally for the board of directors. Got Steve Grenia, 229 votes. Ed Beatscheck, 212 votes. And Morgan Walsh with 199 votes. In this electricity thing here. Bob Blevins with 27 votes. We have Sam Walker with 2 votes. Adam Beck with 2 votes. Ryan Noble, 1 vote, and Tammy Carpenter with 1 vote. And I want to bring up real quick here, I want another shout out to Karen. Thank you very much for helping in the vote tally in there. And we'll take some of those ideas forward for next year that you have. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. For For ballot measure number one, yes votes 139, no votes 155. Resolution one, yes votes 150, no votes are 137.
So the ballot measure fails for this time, so we fall back to our original budget of $350 a year per property. So now, can I get a motion to adjourn at?
Bill, can you answer one question? Hold on a second. Does that mean the next meeting is being set to order?
No, that failed.
Oh, that's the other way. Okay, I'm confused.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'll make the motion to adjourn.
All right, we have,
Got as much trouble as I can.
we have a motion. Oh, one more question?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. That's it.
That's it.
That's one of the poorest responses we've ever had. Yes. So we have at 5:05, we have a motion to adjourn. I heard a second. All those in favor? Have a very safe trip home. Thank you very much for coming.
I'll have a safe trip to the farm, Bill.
There you go.